Hello. Hello.
It's very important that we stay hydrated one way or another. Very important. I know I'm early, but hey, you know. That doesn't sound like water. It contains
Calm your
water.
rice paddy.
Alright, fine. Fine, I'll get the water. Here's the water. It's a giant 2-liter jug of water. It's nice and chilled. Hi there, Blue, Foxy, Nicey, Icy. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, Artemis, my girlfriend, for being here first. I greatly appreciate it. Mwah. Welcome, welcome. That reading doesn't seem right. The Nano Gamer getting a 28% himbo rating. Nah, that sounds about right. It sounds about right. The robot does a little scan and what have you, and it's just like, yes, we are doing these thingy-majiggies, and then it gets you a number, and it just goes, boom. So, yeah, totally accurate, totally fine. Like, I could do an update at some, like, you know what? The robot is wrong. The robot's not wrong. But yeah, one of the things I could do at some point or rather is actually do an update on the robot. So instead of it being a, you know, cover your ears for those of you that don't want to know how the sausage is made. If you don't want to know the magic of how the himbo rating is done, cover your ears or mute the stream or something like that for a couple minutes. Actually, I can probably do a thing of spoiler warning. There we go. I'll put you here. I'll put you here for spoiler warning. You ready for this, chat? The robot just grabs a random number between 0 and 100. If it's a name that it recognizes, such as myself or Blue Foxy Nicey Icy, it'll skip all the random number generation and just go to, you know, the appropriate number that it needs to be. Lord knows I could do better than that, especially since it's all done in C#. What I could be doing is I could be having it grabbing information off of the user. So for example, I could be having a thing that, like, you know, does a check-in. See, look at that. Look at that. Blue is incapable of being himbo. It's 0%. They can only be cute. Because if I do a cute rating on the Blue Foxy Nicey Icy, you'll see that they get maximum cuteness. They get 999, which is an impossible value, but you know what? We get that value because it's Blue Foxy Nicey Icy is what it is. So yeah, so one of the things I could be doing is doing a little update to the scripting so that rather than it just being a random number, it's instead a number that is, you know, calculated based off of, you know, the number of times you've checked in on stream and the subscription like how long you have been subscribed to me and such like that. So for instance, what I could probably do is get a calculation of how many months I, like, you know, someone has been subscribed to or something like that. And the longer they've been subscribed to me, the greater the band that their himbo rating could be or something like that. So if you've only been subscribed to, and I'll make it like some weird like exponential graph thingy-majiggy, where if you've only been subscribed to me for a month or 0 months, like between 0 and 1 month, I probably make it where it's like, you know, you only get capped out at like 50% himbo or something crazy like that. But then if it's like, you know, a couple more months, like let's say 3 months, then you will only 66% bimbo. Nice. But yeah, when you're like subscribed to me for like 3 months perhaps or something like that, then the number will, you know, change. So instead of it being like a, you know, a 50% limit, it's instead, you know, maybe something like a 50% floor instead of a 50% ceiling. I don't know. I need to figure out the math, and I need to make it a math that works for both, you know, people that haven't been watching the stream that long and those that have been subscribed for a very long time. I could probably even make it like a check-in thing as well, so that it keeps count of how many times you have done like a himbo or bimbo rating, and much like your credit return or something like that, if it catches on that you're checking your himbo or bimbo rating too much, it will decrease it or something crazy like that. That sounds rather unfair for those like me who can't afford a constant subscription like that. Fair enough. I will need to... Also, you shouldn't be listening into this. I put a spoiler warning on the math and shit. But yeah, maybe I needed to... So yeah, hence why it needs to be maybe like a check-in thing or something like that. So then that way it isn't actually like a mix of things. Point is, it could probably be done differently. It could be done better.
Hello.
Hello, Masonic. I'm doing all right. But yeah, hang on. Ew. There we go. But yeah, so once again, going through, I woke up this morning with a sore back. It's like between my shoulder blades or like just above it or something like that. And it might be the pillow, but I'll be frank with you, like trying to put my pillow in a position so then that way it does support my neck without, you know, fucking up my back is really difficult. I am not 100% certain of like what the actual like best way to do it is, and there's a part of me that's like, maybe I just, you know, sleep without a pillow and I just like sleep on my side or something like that. Sounds like you need a wedge pillow. What's a wedge pillow? Hang on a second. It's at this point that I open up Opera GX and I Google a wedge pillow. So then that way I have an understanding of whatever the fuck it is that you're all talking about. Wedge pillow. Oh boy. This is... Chromium browsers are not doing too hot. There we go. Wedge pillow. Or maybe it's this keyboard. Maybe the keyboard is like... Sounds... So yeah. Alright, hopefully... Ding, hit enter. Hello, keyboard. Why is the... Oh my goodness. Shirt on is an affront to my need for serotonin. Am much depleted after assignment 1 of 2 due today was finished. Wait, so you have a second assignment that's due today? Also, I can get rid of the spoiler warning. You have a second assignment that's due today, and I'm distracting you right now? Also, my goodness, what is with...
Pillow wedge. There we go. Thank you for the Hyper Himbo, Nano Gamer. I greatly appreciate it. Oh, okay. That's a... Okay. So, something like this or that. Okay. And you sleep with the pillow wedge? You don't put a pillow... You don't put a pillow on the thingy-majiggy? Hang on, so... Supports and wedges. So you just have the... Okay. I kind of have one of those, I think. My dad gifted me one. Alright, I'll give that a try. I'll give that a try, cause like, my dad, like, for one of the years of my birthday, he gifted me, how would someone not be distracted with your large pecs in their face? So yeah, we'll give that a try. But yeah, Brain, come on, you can do this. Don't get distracted by your hyper himbo self and that people talking in chat. Zebra is 140 meat in Age of Empires 2, an equivalent of 2 4/5 of a villager. Nice. How would someone, even more distractions, even more distractions! You know, my girlfriend, Artemis Snap, very much loves this. She very much loves the serotonin of my shirt off and all this kind of nonsense. I remember, like, when I was first streaming and what have you, that if I ever had people IRL come into my streams, I was very worried about some of these redeems that I had, which were very furry coded and very, you know, trying to get, you know, the furries interacting and involved in my streams and such, that I would be, you know, having the IRL people, you know, ewed out by this thing. But ever since I've, you know, got a girlfriend, she surprised, well, before she was my girlfriend, she surprised me by watching my streams and such like that. And then, you know, later on I learned of like, oh yeah, she don't mind the zebra and such like that, and the himbo-nism of it all and such like that, and in fact actually likes some of the appearance and such like that for the serotonin's sake. And I was just sort of like, oh, hell yeah. Which is great. Oh my god, Het! You got a diamond! You could buy yourself a car with that diamond! I'm pretty sure it's Het is the one that's wanting the car, right? Insert scream here, it's a rough day for the Snep. But I don't want a diamond, I want a wheel. A diamond can buy you many wheels. Explain how. Money can be exchanged for goods and services. Woohoo! You offer a cookie and a head pats. You can do a hug. Watch this. I can do a hug to Artemis Snep. Look at that. I exerted 94% of my power to hug the Artemis Snep. I've hugged her 55 times now. Oh no, I've hugged 59 times. It doesn't say who I've hugged however many times. Alrighty, I need to get the video game up and running in the background. NanoGamer got themselves a trolley, good for them. Excuse me. Alrighty, ding, dong, ding, bing, alrighty. Alrighty, I'm gonna get this game running in the background. Many hugs make a happy Snep. Exactly. That's what I'm here for. I'm here for hugs. Hugs, snugs, and dino nuggies. But I'm all out of dino nuggies. Dun, 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 dun. I do like your brute lips. Can I kiss? These are only for my girlfriend now. I am spoken for. Ah! Okay, my water did not tip over. This is a good thing. Once again, data center traveling over into the Oceania data center Materia. You bought meat today. Gabagool. Actually, I don't even know what kind of meat he bought. It could be gabagool. It could be salami. It could be cilantro. No, cilantro is not a meat, is it? Cilantro is a vegetable, right? I think it is. Lamb, chicken schnitzel, sausages, and chicken wings. Honestly, the chicken schnitzel and the sausages are like those are the things that are like neuron firing of, ooh, I like those things. But yeah, welcome! Welcome, one and all! Cilantro is coriander. Ah, okay. Welcome to Tuliol.
Bonker.
Ow. But yeah, so, I'm gonna be real with you. I have done quite a bit of Final Fantasy XIV in my off time. I'm also not wearing the right shirt for this kind of thing. Cookie for Masonic! Here's your cookie, Masonic. I can either wear this shirt or I can wear this. You know what? I'm gonna wear this shirt. So, I have been going through a lot of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV in my own time. Not in a very fast manner, don't get me wrong, but one of the things that I've been doing is I've been trying to get all of my different alternative classes up to snuff. So hang on, let me just do 140, there we go. So, one of the things I've been trying to do is, because I've got like my tanks all up to level 100. 100 Paladin, 100 Warrior, 100 Dark Knight, 100 Gunbreaker. Warrior is my main. I fuck with the Warrior class. It is my favorite. It's easy. 1, 2, 3, Rage, hit Hammer, hit Axe, really hard, hit even harder, Mitigation, Vulnerability, hit even harder, 1, 2, 3. Like, it's so easy. I love it. So, but yeah, I've been trying to get some of these other classes up through levels and what have you. My White Mage is at like level 70, so I went and picked up the Sage while I was at it, because you pick up the Sage at level 70, but I need to get the Scholar and the Astrologian up in level. I'm not gonna have the Scholar get a lot of leveling up opportunities, because quite frankly, the Scholar shares its XP with the Summoner, because they're both under the Arcanist class. So if I'm leveling up the Scholar, it's also going to level up the Summoner as well. So that one I don't have to worry about, you know, too much. But things such as Black Mage, the Machinist, the Monk, Dragoon, and the Ninja, those ones are going to take a bit of time. And the unfortunate side is that when you try and go through, you know, whatever level dungeon that you want, things don't pop very quickly when you're running the DPS class. Also, I'm gonna return this to default sizing at this point, because there we go. Because yeah, this guy here, like, you know, I'm wearing like level 41 stuff for him right now, so then that way he can do all the fun nonsense. Also, hi there, Draconian Man. Welcome, welcome. Glad to see you. Thank you for the follow the other stream. I greatly appreciate it. Okay, so you need to be at least level 90 for that one. And then that's for all the, you know, late level stuff. So Arcane Artistry and Ruined Land, which is... it's all this stuff, which is completing different quests and such like that. 3 pieces of 6 unique archive, and these can be attained from fates and critical encounters on the Occult Crescent Southhorn, or from fates in the following regions. So yeah, so the Occult's Crescent is something I need to go through in my own time. Yo, what's Gucci? Good morning, Draconian Man. It is currently the evening for me. It is 6 o'clock. I went to my right hand, there is no watch on my right hand. I go to my left hand, I took my watch off before I started
streaming, so I had to look at the clock that's on my desktop, and it's 6:09 p.m. So yeah. But nah. Also, I still need to get through my Wondrous Tales. I have done nothing in the Wondrous Tales, which is a little bit of a problem, because I need to go through a leveling dungeon, I need to go through high-level dungeons, a 100 dungeon, Alliance Raid, Juno Walk, Omega, Lightweight, Heavyweight M3 or 4, Containment Bay, Hell's Cure. Here, like, there's all kinds of things that I need to do. Also, the crystalline conflict is an absolutely terrible time. 3 a.m. You're getting ready for work. Ooh. Getting ready to work at 3 in the morning is an absolute terrible feeling, let me tell you. I don't know if I could handle doing a 3 a.m. No, would you look at that? They're doing some cool, like, posing shit. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, actually, that reminds me. So, Eastern Thanalan on the Burning Wall, Eastern Shroud, Southern Shroud, Mordona, Eastern Shroud, Mordona, Southern, Northern. All right, so. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. But yeah, I want to get a number of these different alt jobs up. I work from 4 a.m. to 2 p.m. You do a 10-hour shift and then you hit the gym after. God damn, that is some crazy work, I'll be real with you. Despite this himbo appearance you see before you, I'm not someone that does a shit ton of gym work. I go the cheap route and just have my persona be the sort of the model to be like, oh, hey, this is how I would like to look on the internet, but it's all a lie. It's all a fallacy. All right, not that. I need to try and fight some particular creatures over in Mordona, like these guys. Let me just... The monk is kind of okay, but there's no, like, ranged hit that I can do, which is a little bit annoying. Alright, so I need to kill 6 of these things, annoyingly enough.
Oh, I don't care what gender you
not
are.
The maid
Put on
outfit.
the maid outfit.
Why would you do this to me, Blue? You just have that soap gene. You're just blessed. Look, the both of you are not blessed. You've got the thing that makes cheese not sit well with you. Okay, and can be opened all fight. What does this do? Go, and then... So I just need to kill a 6th one of those guys, and then I'm good. Wherever one can be found. There you are. Think. Done. Oh, if I don't get a hit in, it doesn't see as a hit and it doesn't transfer into the thingy. Yeah, leveled up. Does this mean I have to go through the Stone Vigil still? Yes it does, because I can't do the Darkhold until level 44, annoyingly enough. Damn it. Alright, so Giga Shramana I can't do from here. So Giga Shramana will be somewhere over there. It's written in the Accord. We play life in hard mode. You're just jealous. let me have a little quick think if I'm jealous of being of not being lactose intolerant. No. Absolutely not. What the shit? Okay. Alright, so not these guys. Lol, having the OC be the buff one is a smarter move. I do have a gym achievement under my belt, though, from going Monday to Friday recently, so you're happy? Nice! If I was someone that wasn't streaming and wasn't just, you know, a fucking nerd, I probably could do that, you know, going to gym thingy-madiggy. I reckon if I wasn't the video game autistic, I would probably be either a train autistic or a gym autistic. It could have been good. There we go, so that's one. I just need to get rid of one more, and then we're golden. We don't have to deal with this area anymore once I do. But yeah, to put into context, I'm doing this hunting log because I'm waiting for a duty finder to pop off. Normally, this duty finder should be done in like 5 minutes. It's telling me it might take 7 minutes. We have been waiting 8.5 minutes. Alright, there's the guy that we need to fight. Let me just... Alright, so... There we go. Alright, so that hunting log is done. But yeah, we're doing hunting log because this is the life of the DPS. The DPS doesn't get to have any, like, Q privileges. The tanks and the healers get Q privileges because everyone needs a tank and a healer, and you only need one tank and one healer in a party normally for a dungeon. But when it comes to DPS, you need 2 of them. And everyone thinks that by being the DPS, being the one that does the big damage, that you're the main protagonist in this story. Au contraire, when we're in the dungeon, the main protagonist is a fighting match between the tank, who's leading the party, and then the healer, who is keeping the party alive. Alrighty. Here we go. I'm just gonna sit at my VC just in case. Hello, I'll do my best as DPS. I'm learning. Lol, there's someone called sample text in the fucking, party. That's kind of funny. Summoner is a fake mage class. That's kind of funny. All right, AoE. 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 Nothing but AoEs. And then... Okay, this is a very confident tank, I'm gonna be real with you. Nope, he's dead. The tank is dead. He thought he could survive all that shit. He cannot. Who is this tank? Okay. They've been around the block long enough. I just wasn't ready for a full-on sprint. Yeah, neither was I, lady. Actually, no, they're a Vieira man like me. Neither was I, Volmua. I thought they were Velma for a minute there. Stay here. Alright, give myself full thingamadiggy. Hit that fate button. Oh yeah, I don't have my T button, so I'm a few levels behind my normal Absolutely fanging at it. There we go. I already have that. I think I have all the gear that I can get from this particular dungeon, so there's no benefit in me going through this. Oh, perfect. So yeah. You have to be... Oh, Blue apparently has to be the DPS. Fine, Blue. You can be the DPS while I play as Tank, the real protagonist of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. You started this game recently for the first time. I believe you chose Arcanist. Nice. The Arcanist will allow you to choose. You can choose whether to be a keep as the magic DPS, or if you want to swap over to the Scholar, which is the magical healer. Yeah, I've already skipped on that. And then this will give us 2. Here we go. Alrighty. You jump over here, my dude. I have to be like, I'm still not like perfect with the keys that I need to press for the different like monk rotations and what have you. I'm still a little bit off because it isn't a simple like 1, 2, 3. It's like sometimes it goes 1 to E and then back to 3, and then other times it's 1, 2, T. And then other times it's 1, 2, 3. So... there we go. I can pass on all these things because I've already got all those pieces. You're a fan of the summoning stuff? Yeah, then you'll probably like Summoner then. Because that one there, like, it has you, like, you'll get, like, the stronger summons to bring out for some of your abilities. Oh, this guy's... you're pulling too much. This guy's gonna die. Because if we're not, you know, doing the right thing... yep, no, he pulled too much. Once again... Cure 2 is better than Cure 3 on single. That is true, but if other people are dying, then Cure... or other people are close to death, then Cure 3 is going to be kind of useful. And I'm betting you sample text went up ahead and did not wait for us. Oh wait, no they are. I would recommend you don't full pull the ice sprites. Honestly, sample text is, you know, they're on the right path. Especially since, like, you know, we're still, like, fairly early level, and I don't have that many cool moves. Like, there isn't a benefit in you, like, running away, because, like, a lot of my stuff is, like, melee distance. Sure, the bard can, like, you know, do, like, instant hits on whatever the fucking, move it is that you want to do, but, like, I'm still reliant on being in approximately melee distance to do decent damage. Especially when it gets to the 2 there, before we go over to here with the R. There we go. And I'm pretty sure this is the end of the dungeon. Yeah, this is the end of the dungeon. Oh, someone's still viewing a cutscene. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Also, I think because I'm melee, like, so long as no one is, like, fucking up on their health, I should be able to do the limit break when it gets down to it. Go. 78% himbo rating. Nice work, Sir Dragon. Oh, Jesus. Alrighty. Ooh, 98% and cute rating, however, is very high. Nice work, Het. Nice work. Oh, get out of the middle. Because this guy wants to do an ice breath. There we go. And then does it again. Bald. There we go. Oh, I can do a limit break here. Here we go. Yeah! Good work on the 25% himbo Major Draconian, man. I missed what your emote looked like. Pass on this, pass on that. Sample text, you were lovely. Thank you for the tips. Alrighty. And like that, up to level 44, which means I can now wear entirely different attire. When I get up to level 45, I can then do the class quest for the, blah, 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 blah. Words, don't fail me now. Ah, there we go. Hang on. There we go, and then... Oh, it's a warrior. Vern. Nice. Ow. What was that for, Blue? 98% cuteness and 87% himbo. What does that mean, Zeebs? It means you are very himbo and very cute. Alright, I can't kill anything over there, which means I have to wait for all the thingamadiggies here to respawn. Like this guy over here. Ow! Why you gotta drop things on me, Blue? Alrighty. E. And then hit them with the 3. There we go. So that's 6 of 6. Alright, cool. So that's... Let's have a look. So southern, northern, western Lenosha, Shroud. Alright, so I need to head to something called the Fog Ferns for the Raging Harrier. Alrighty. Alright, so I'm pretty sure I'm looking for hexing, daring, raging. Here we go. And raging. These guys are fairly strong, so I gotta be mindful of their power. I think you should take a shower after this, Zeebs. What do you mean I should take a shower after this? What did I do to deserve this treatment? And then I can claim a bonus shortly. Also, I need to kill a third one, so... I need to find... Oh, wait, no, did I do the... Oh, no, it's a raging, not a daring. So I need to find another raging harrier before I'm done in this area. Why are you dropping so many things on Grant? Because he does this. This is what he does, Artemis. He just wants me to deal with pain. And he just does these things. He throws me in the maid outfit despite my protests. He doesn't give me like 3D models like cow prints or anything like that. Oop. Let me just stay alive here. There we go. Second wind. go. Oh wait, it's only the Hexing Harrier now, which means I can now take care of you independently. Yeah, there we go. It's my off hours to be nice. Oh, so between 9 to 5 is when you're normally nice, is that it? Alrighty. So, next up on the... Actually, that reminds me. While I am doing my hunting log, I should be... Alright, so Eastern Thanalan, Shroud, 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 Southern Thanaland, Southern, Northern... Alright, so let's head to Southern Thanalan then. So it wants me to deal with Zenzanark, which is down in the center here. Is it a fact the more buff you are, the nicer you look in a maid outfit? People just look nice in maid outfits, okay? Like, someone decided that men in maid outfits was too powerful, so someone decided to run a conspiracy theory that fashion had to be gendered. You could only have men and women in certain outfits, and you couldn't have the men wearing the maid outfits. There's a whole conspiracy. Just don't quote me on that conspiracy, because I have no sources for it.
Nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
And I just realized my streamer bot is way too loud, so I'm gonna lower it to like 50%. There we go. Ow! The himbo cam doesn't work because the himbo cam is staring at a place that I'm not standing. Oh, hello. The Dresmill actually, like, you know, popped off this time around. Nice. Lucky me. Although I still have no idea where the things they want me to kill are. There's just all these Anjalis, but none of the creatures that they want me to kill, which is a little suspicious. For my next trip, I'll make the Zeebs disappear. You did. You did make the other Zeebs disappear. It was absolute craziness. I don't know how you did it. I was there and then I wasn't. I don't know how that happened. Meanwhile, Het is gonna still be disappointed that no matter what they're doing, they're not getting that other tire. Who knows?
Pull the lever, Grunk.
Wrong lever! Jump. Maybe I'll get some monk arms from this thing. That'd be nice. Oh, okay, yep, he got lost. All good, all good. Although, I feel like... Okay, it's a white mage. They'll have nothing but, like, healing options, so... They will hopefully be a lot more alive than the other tank that did the, that did the pulls and what have you, so let's see how we go. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. God, imagine if Vignon had like a grab thing, so you could just be like grab and then pull. That would be honestly hilarious. Here we go. There we go. Oh, all right, so this one, that was the, so then we, yep, so that one goes off, which means the sides go off, and then center goes off. There we go. I know the patterns, I know how to do the things. Although, once again, I'm like looking down at my bar to figure out where my 1, 2, 3 combos are. I'll be real, like when it comes to like the new mode, ooh, greed on you, and greed on you. When it comes to the next series of combat things, so going from reborn mode to evolved mode, I am most certainly going to probably use evolved mode when it comes to the DPSs and such. I like my simpleton brain just going 1, 2, 3 punch and that's it. Although, come on, come on. There we go, and then open up the chest. Greed, there we go. Also, you're about to die. Yeah, you died. You idiot. There was no way we were gonna survive all that. And then... observe as we all die. You pulled too far. The frogs do a lot. The frogs have a lot of health. Frogs are tanky. The easy way I do is the first button is my interrupt, and then from 2 and up is my combo. Yeah, so, but this is with the monk. So technically speaking, if I didn't have to deal with the AoE stuff, it would just be 1, 2, 3. But the problem is that my AoE, like the E sometimes wants to interrupt the 2. So it goes 1 E3 or Q2 to R, which is the annoying bit. So... come on. See? So, like, sometimes it doesn't even hit the 3. It just wants to, you know. There we go. And then we go over to 2. And then we do R for the AoE. All right, now we can pull more because now we don't have to deal with the, there we go. Hello. Cookie for Night Sky! Hopefully you got your cookie, Night Sky, as I go back to the DPSing. It's very important that I DPS this. Oop, boy. Nyom. Alright. So yeah, so sometimes my AoE is just Q, E, R. But then other times it will be Q2, 3 or something like that. So Q. And I can't do the 1, 2, 3. So right now I'm like sitting in What's-a-Mahoozy form. Yeah, I'm in Raptor form right now, and that stance only lasts for the next 18 seconds before it drops off, and I have to go to a different form entirely. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. All right, here we go. And now I try and do my 1, 2, 3, and I go 1, E, 3, 1, 2, and there's no 3, so I go over to T, and then it goes 1, E, 3. You see how confusing that is? Also, I should probably hit the faint button at least once. There we go. Yay, I got lots of things. And I'm level 45, which means that the next time I can do the What's-a-Mahoozy quest. Can I greed all these things? Yes, I can. Awesome. Here we go. Please no big pulls, please no big pulls. Still no boots, annoyingly enough. I want boots. All right, here we go. Dun, da, da. Dun, da, 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 da. Oh yeah, the white mage's AoE does stun, which is honestly like such a good thing. There we go. They've altered this course just a little bit. It's not as, like, weird nonsense of, like, standing in a, standing near crystals that are going to explode or having to stand in some irradiated nonsense. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. And we get to the end of the thing. All right, you had your breakfast, you made your coffee, you're refilling the water, you're about to get going. Not to worry, Draconian Man. Best of luck with the early, like, basically early morning shift. Sounds absolutely terrible, but I wish the best for you. Ah! And I just have to wait here. Ah, god damn you. Dun, dun, dun. cookie for Fizz Tiger. Here's your cookie. Hopefully it's a good cookie. Dun, 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 dun. Hi, hi. Oh, I wanted to do the fucking limit break. Bastard. Yeah, leveled up again to level 46. Hell yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Yay! Hi there, Fizz Tiger. Nothing like a 4 a.m. cookie. Hopefully you're enjoying your 4 a.m. cookie. All right. And I get myself some new pugilist arms. Excellent. I still don't have the Buccaneers boots, annoyingly enough. It would be nice to get them, but unfortunately they have not arrived. All right, so wait, hang on. Hunter's log. I'm trying to kill... So, okay, so Zahararak in southern Fanelin, which is over in this direction. But yeah, now that I've gone and... ooh, there you go. There's the Battle Drake. Here's one of them. I need to kill, like... Is it 3 of these, or... Let's see, how many do they want me to kill? Oop, avoid that. How's it going, Fizz Tiger? You doing alright? Alright, I need to kill 3 of them. Ooh, boy. There we go. I just need to kill a 3rd one of those, and then I'm done in southern Fanelin. Up there. Oh, damn it! There was like 2 of them right here. I could have taken care of 2 of them at once. That would have been a lot better. Oh well. Alrighty, so Eastern Thanalan, Eastern Shroud, Southern Shroud, Eastern Shroud, Northern Thanalan, Western Lenosha. So, Eastern Thanalan for the Quartz Doblin over at the Burning Wall, which is over there. Alright, let me just get out of this fate. Boom. Brain doesn't want to sleep, so you're just waiting to pass out. All good. It's not bad. I like it. It's a desk job at a warehouse, so under the logistics and transportation side of things. Ah, nice, nice, cool. It's not asking you to do like some, you know, life or death sort of thing at like 4 in the morning or something, or rather, where it's just like, ah, yes, you're gonna need to carry these precise items that have like, you know, a very dangerous repercussion if you rattle them too much. Good. But yeah, okay, so we're heading over into this area here for some weird thingamadoogies. We don't want to deal with those. Right now we're in the giant whale because, you know, I run like mount roulette for picking up my mount rather than like explicit ones. Let's see. Son of you. I don't want to deal with a there you go. Alright, so here's... How many of these do I have to deal with is the question. Oh, I need to deal with 6 of these. Okay, that's going to be a bit of a problem. Alright, let's do some AoE nonsense then. I should be able to handle these AoEs. Alrighty. Dun, 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 dun. Here we go. Ow. My bad. Alright, that's 2 of them done at once, which gets this area done. So, Shroud, Shroud, Shroud. Northern Thanalan over in the blue fog. Alright. Central, Northern. Alright, Camp Blue Fog, and then we'll move our way forward. Nothing like that, luckily, just a lot of numbers and staring at a screen and troubleshooting for the pickers. Hey, that sounds a little bit like my job in desktop support. A lot of numbers and helping a lot of people with their IT troubles and troubleshooting them here and there. Also, Blue Doggo. Alrighty. So, once I'm done with this particular hunting log, what I'll probably do is I'll deal with this pursuit of power thing. Ding, ding, donk. Hopefully they don't want me to fight like 6 of these things, because these guys are fairly strong. If I only need to deal with 3 of them, that will be good, and I might honestly risk... There we go. Yep, I only need to deal with 3 of them, so what I will probably do... Actually, yeah, I'll risk it. I'll risk hitting 2 of them at once. There we go, and then... Okay, thank Christ I didn't get caught up in all of that. And then... focus on you now. There we go. Hi there, Squeeze. You're just popping in before you gotta go to bed, but you wanted to say hello at the very least. All good, all good. I greatly appreciate the pop-in and greatly appreciate it. Alright, so we head to the goldsmithy. So yeah, I'm just going through some like alt job nonsense in the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. I'm passing the fuck out now. All good. You have a wonderful night. Sleep tight, Squeeze. Alright, so... for whatever reason, the pugilist is over in the gold shop here. 4-point Fury. You deliver an attack with a potency of 140 to all nearby enemies. Can only be executed when in raptor form, and it changes form to the Curial. Oh god. This muddies my rotation just a bit. You two played me for a fool. The data... I do not care for the monk storyline, I'm sorry. I will be real with you. I am a bit of a... I'm a scene skipper, but the only reason I'm a scene skipper is for this stuff. Is for the alternative job class that I was told it's not that important, okay? It's not that important that I go through... like every job in the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, I can just, you know, play it as is. So Lark's Call and Uruth's Gift, followed by Dream Toad. Okay, so what I probably want to do then is, while I am here doing my job class, I'll do a little bit of the, I'll do a little bit of the hunting log here while I'm at it. The monk storyline is the classic story of a master thinking they are past the prime of their students, showing they are still good. Okay. If it's good, I can always just like re-watch the cutscenes and what have you. All right, I need to be going over this way for the for my quest, while also keeping an eye out for any of the creatures that I need to fight. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're here, annoyingly enough. The aetherometer. You're heading out. Lovely meeting you again, Zeebs. Lovely meeting you too. Hopefully you have a wonderful time. That was easy. Oh, here comes more. And then... Aether Bound. Okay, so they're kind of acting like zombies, but they're just like, you know, ethically conscious. Punch the guys real hard while the aethometer does its nonsense. Look, it's like a sextant. Alright. Was the things that I needed to kill here? No, it didn't look like it. And I don't think the things I needed to kill were over in the bramble patch either. Yeah, no, wild boar isn't... Yeah, wild boar isn't being interpreted. It's like wild hog for the Earth's Gift, cohort signifier over in Lark's Call, and then dream toad over in the Sylphlands. So Sylphlands up here. So knowing my luck, the last of the things I need to kill, one of them is probably going to be popping up in a fate of all things rather than, you know, just out and about. Although dream toads, thankfully, are just there. Alright, how many of yous do I need to kill? There we go. 6 of them. God damn it. 6 of the toads. Ooh, boy. Some days I wish the monk had, like, a ranged attack. So then that way I can just sort of be like, hey, you know, throw a rock or something even. That would be good. And then... So that's 3. You're 4. And then... Come on. Get over here. And then this will make 5. And then there's another toad over there I can go for. Ah, woo. So these are all the cohorts, but none of them will have... Dun, dun. Ah, here's the cohorts. Nice. Alright. Please stay alive. Keep me alive, Chocobo, please. We're in the middle of a fate, so this will be really good for... Oh, shit. Second Wind, and then Mantra, so then that way any attacks I do contribute to giving me back my health. Thank Christ my Chocobo is keeping me alive. No, the Chocobo! Darn you, Chocobo! Why couldn't you keep me alive? Darn you, Chocobo! Fine. To be fair, I shouldn't have just gone into the Fate head first trying to get the people that I need to kill, but, you know. It is what it is. And then talk to Eric real quick, give him the Aether meter. And then begin my analysis. I can see, Colin, there's no if you wish to know what you know. Small words. All right, cool. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. Also, that's like, it's such a like, it's the he's just holding it like, you know, like this, but the gem is like yay small. Like, you can hold it on 2 fingers. All right, so we got True Strike, Twin Snakes, and then 4-point Fury. Changes to Corral form. So, like, we could... So, Dragon Kick is 50. 4-point... So, it can go, like, Rock... So, Dragon, 4-point to Rock Breaker. All nearby enemies. So... Okay, so Twin Snakes is my E, so it's not really doing all that much. And then Dragging... So Arm of the Destroyer is like the AoE stuff. My goodness. You see how confusing some of these abilities are? Ugh. It nullifies all action direction requirements. Pretty sure this ability gives me the option to... Yep. I'm pretty sure this quest will give me, like, some of the gear that monks can wear that's unique to the monks. Alright. Alright. Heading over this way to check out the monks. But yeah. To think that I was gonna read some stuff from the Unending Codex. I'll probably do that at some point shortly, honestly. Soon, the resistance will rise. You will too. Others do not understand. Alamigo tried to protect them. We were the shield of the realm. We bled to fend off Garlemald. None here know our suffering. None here can imagine it. Mm-hmm. A set of our war gobs was stolen. The fist has tracked the bandits. We know now where 3 of the relics are. Southern Thanalan, the Sepul, and the Circle of Tempered, and Northern Thanalan, the abandoned thing. Draw them near first. Alright, yep, so this is where we get, like, 3 of the... This is where we get, like, you know, 3 of the 5 pieces. Also, look at this. Monkey! Monkey! Also, hi there, bestest boy. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're having a wonderful time. I am just going through the critically acclaimed MMORPG, Final Fantasy XIV. I am just going through my alt jobs right now because, you know, this is fun. Lord knows, I want to try and get, like, I want to try before the major patch comes out. I want to try and get, like, you know, 2 DPS rolls and a healer roll up to level 100. I want to try and get something like that organized before I get into, like, the next expansion, Evercold. So then that way, when I decide to play with other people such as Code or Sashera or Dazzy or anything like that, I'm able to come into it with a class that is going into that level and what have you, rather than only being able to help him as a tank at max level. Alrighty, so that was one area. Now we need to go doubling back over to here. Alright, let me grab a random mount. Lol. Giant Rhinoceros from Fall Guys. Also, I got rid of the music because, you know, cool monkey. Yeah. Monkeys are cool. Also, where is the fuck is the music in this video game? I was told there would be cool music, and now there isn't. Where the fuck is the entrance? Ah, never mind. They wouldn't give it to me properly. Or it's all the way up here. No, it's all the way... Where's the entrance? Oh my god. Thank goodness these things aren't attacking me. Oh, magical thunder horse. Look at that. It's a magical thunder horse and he's stripy. Alrighty, I need to head over to the Ceruleum Whatsamahoozly thing in order to get to the next piece of garbs that I have available to me. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah. I need to have a serious think about what video game I want to be playing come Wednesday. Alright, so Lunatic Follower, I need to... Are you gonna... No? Okay. Nice. Boom. I need to have a serious thought about the video game that I'm going to be playing on Wednesday. I am kind of curious in some of the people's thoughts here, because if you are not aware, I have a stream schedule. As you can see in the top left, we're currently going through the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. Friday night, we go through Subnautica 2, because I'm not yet done with the early access of Subnautica 2. And then Sunday morning, as always, we are going through the Diablo franchise with Code and Velk. I don't want to be spoilt on metas or builds and guides or help or what have you in Diablo 2, because that's why I have Code and Velk with me. I very much would not like to be, you know, backseated on Diablo. What I would like is some advice on what to play on Wednesday. Because, like, Wednesday, there's all kinds of franchises I could be dipping into, like, new ones. I could be, like, going into, say, Uncharted or Portal. I have a list. I have a list of franchises available to me and what have you. Speak with the Whatsamahoozly over at God's Grip. Yep, cool, awesome. Like, if I look on my Opera GX, there is a number of franchises that have been recommended to me that I should get a start on and such. Bayonetta, that's another one as well. I went through the Devil May Cry series, which was kind of fun. Both, you know, the numbered Devil May Cries 1 to 5 and Devil May Cry Remake, or DMC as it's called. So I've gone through already like quite a number of them. Hello. Come to take shinies, kill the stinkies. Ah, mercenaries. Fuck you, mercenaries. Ooh, hello. Oh, that's fucking cool. Ow. Alright, so this is the AoE nonsense. And then... There we go. Alright, so why in the world does Twin Snakes and True Stite gotta be like... whatever. Oh yeah, my Chocobo is dead because they died when we were going up against the Garleans. I forgot about that little tidbit. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, cool. We now got the Temple Guard. Arms. Back over to Alamigo. Actually, hang on a second. Before I do, was there someone here to fight? Oh no, that's over in Halfstone. Yeah, that's a ways from me. But yeah, did someone recommend to me to play the Half-Life series? I think someone did. Also the fact I can also maybe pick up a different game that's not even in like, you know, a franchise or a collection of series. So Disco Elysium or Outer Wilds, those are options as well. I could be going into those. The fourth relic is now yours. Thank you. And then we go return to the goldsmith over at the Steps of Old. Let me open up Opera GX again. I've got like a number in my thingy-majiggies. Hang on a second. Current backlog. All right, so BioShock Infinite, we're done with. I need to get the PlayStation 3 off of my work friend in order to go through Metal Gear Solid 4. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to make Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate an off-stream game. It's not important. I've dropped Ninja Gaiden, dropped Psychonauts, I've dropped Dying Light, Risk of Rain 2, Terraria, and all these are like just off-stream games. I kind of want to start in Final Fantasy. There's Uncharted. I don't have Dragon Quest. Actually, none of you can hear me say all these things, can you? Metal Gear Solid, I'm already working on. Portal could be worked on. Gran Turismo was recommended. Oh yeah, River City Girls. I need to be talking to Blue about River City Girls, and maybe we can get a start of it on Wednesday, for all we know. Hang on a second. I'm gonna send him a message right the fuck now. Dun, 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 dun. Also, hi there, Warhorse Indra. I didn't say it properly. Alrighty, so... Yep, so I can't go into this monk quest until I'm like level 50, which is really annoying. But I can now wear all these garbs. All I'm missing is the chess piece. Alrighty then. So... excuse me. Here we go. Where was I in my train of thoughts now that you're all back from advertisement? Oh yeah. I have all these things I need to do. I'm gonna swap over to the warrior. Alright, so heavyweights 1 to 4. Ding. Clear selection. Alright, let's see if any of those pop off. Also, I need to get all that shit repaired. Oh, so I can do the Red Mage quest once I get a DPS class to level 50. That's actually really good. So yeah, so the job quest lines that people have told me, So yeah, so I've got, alright, so the Samurai is at level 50, the Red Mage is at 50 as well, and then the Viper I can take at level 80, and then Killer Instinct, that is the Reaper at 70. So, what will most likely happen? So yeah, I need someone to repair my clothes. Dun, 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 dun. Ah, excuse me. But yeah, gosh darn it, is this what it's like waiting for... Alright, you know what we're gonna do, chat? While I'm waiting for the duty finder to pop off... Actually, let me just double check. Do I have any of my friends online? Okay, so Iraq is away from keyboard right now. And then... Can't remember why I'm friends with her, honestly. Alrighty. I'm gonna head into the Adventuring Guild, get into the bed thingamadoogie, or into that, like, you know, lovely spot. Jump. Jump. Oh, cool. Independent Mender. You'll be very helpful. Repair all. There we go. Job done. Alrighty. While we are waiting for the duty finder to pop off, where, oh my god, 17 minutes? Chat, look at that. Look at that. A 17-minute wait time? Are you kidding me? 17 minutes on a raid that is unlocked at Dawn Trail. 17 fucking minutes. You gotta be shitting me. What the hell is everyone doing at this level? Anamanasi Ander, please help for... What's Mahuzi? Alright, hang on. Withdraw. Clear selection. Ding. Dong. View party finder. I'm gonna join their party. Hazal Ahuaton. So they need help going through the MSQ. And let me see. They were hoping to go through... So they were at the level 80 stuff. So they're level 82 right now. So, not Shadow... Was it Endwalker? Not this. Yeah, so I think they were trying to get through this thingamadiggy here. Oh, they were trying to get through here. Deep in the Tempest, deeper still than the phantom Amarat of Emmett Selk's design, lies what remains of Ander's ancient edifices. It is to an unexplored corner of this bed of knowledge that the Scions now travel, in hopes that what has long slumbered forgotten may be brought to the surface once more. Alrighty. Best of luck. What is everyone else trying to do right now? So they're trying to go through the Unmasking, the Ageless Necropolix, Recollection, the Final Days, the Dancing Plague, the Wreath of Snakes. Trying to do a Savage, Copied Factory, a Savage of the Fist of the Sun. My god. Eureka Orthos, re-clear 21 to 100, please have time and experience. And then just weird ERP kind of groupings. Good morning, Davey boy! Welcome, welcome! Excuse me. I am just going through the critically acclaimed MMORPG, Final Fantasy XIV. We're hoping... I'm going to be helping out this random person that I found in a party finder because they are They want to get through the, hang on. Open up the party finder again. Oh, there goes a third. So now they only need a healer here. Lol, they're looking for just anyone to be a healer. Excuse me. Alright. So they're looking for... Yeah, they're looking for anyone to be either a healer or a DPS. So I'm imagining... So that raises the question then... Ding, party members. Oh, so they're... So are they normally a white mage? Is that the... And then we got Baker's Delight. Lol, Baker's Delight is cool. Alt account for Anafi Suen. But yeah. Nice. I've yet to sleep. There's a major heat wave at the moment, so you're cooking. Is that a euphemism because there's a heat wave, or are you literally cooking a meal right now? Because that could go either way, Davy boy. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh no, heat wave. You're drawing at the moment. Oh, okay. So it's a... Cool. Awesome. Yes, I'm ready. Yep, we're all ready. So we got a healer and 2 DPSs. Let's go. I love how there's someone called an anime specialist. Did I say this was for Menesis? I forgot. Is it for an MSQ? Dun, dun, dun. Here we go, here we go. Kitten's Book of Murder. I have no idea what... Oh! Wondrous Tales. That's probably what they mean from Kitten's Book of Murder. Baker's Delight. Kyo Nala. Mm-hmm. Alrighty. Also, did we have any cool portraits? Yeah, we did. Ah, this is the boring inner release where it doesn't give me the cool, like, thingamadiggies. God damn you. Here we go. Go. Also, this is a big guy. I'm gonna do a little bit of focus on him. So yeah, I'm pretty sure, technically speaking, this is post-patch content that they have to get through in order to get from the MSQ of let's see, level 80. So this would be from Shadowbringers to Endwalker then. There we go, there we go. Also, I think this is in my murder book, isn't it? No, I need a 50 and 60, a 90 and 100. So this one isn't in my murder book. Uh-oh. Oh! There we go. There we go. This will be relatively easy to get through. Big damage. Oh. Nice. So this is a Bismarck that's like in another, here we go, here we go. Dun, 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 dun. Hey, look at that. It's a dinosaur that's got, like, you know, fish features to it. Alrighty. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, it's got eyes on it. That's even worse. Okay, I regret my choices. And I have honestly forgotten how this works. Bastard. Now comes the fun bit of me trying to survive this as a, Why is there two of them? I don't understand. Come on. Damn it, still got hit with a vulnerability. There we go. Bit of a messy dungeon, but, you know, we're surviving. Oh, shit. Did it. Read that shit. I'll hand it into the thingamadoog. Oh, okay, I get it. So that means we get to hand that into the Grand Company. I want to see how they handle. Okay, they seem to handle it fairly well. There we go. All right. Dun, 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 dun. And dead. There we go. I didn't grab everyone, but, you know. So long as I keep the enemies on myself and I don't have them getting risked on my DPSs and my healer, we should be good. Alrighty, next boss. Alrighty. Field of Eld, attend to us now. Okay, so it's a weird Cyclops fucker. We're still alive. Oh, it takes like 6 seconds to use? Jesus Christ. Still alive. Agreed on every one of these things. Ugh. Alright. Dun, dun, dun. Go. Oh, look, another treasure coffer. Nice. Just surrounded by bulls. By sea bulls and seamen. All of us are alive. Cool. We're just all getting our thingamadiggies revived. So that was 2 bosses so far, which means that we're just needing to run into the 3rd one. Dun, 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. All right, so we're all ready. Dun, dun, dun. Shit. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Almost there. Got rid of like 5%. That's fine. That's fine. Yes! I timed it incorrectly, but there we go. Greed on you. Bow. Ding dong. And then courteous bow. There we go. We wait for the guy to finish with his... Yo, a Twitch streamer? Nice. Oh, never mind. There's no one in the party. Pfft. No one left. And then I shall... And then I... Actually, I'll stick in there. I'll stick around for like just a tiny little bit, because... Lord knows that, you know, this kind of shit ain't gonna be going very quickly for them. Although, I don't think there's another... Like, there's gonna be way more missions than Brain. You can do this, Grant. There's gonna be a few more missions before the next dungeon, so I'm gonna take this opportunity to leave. Nothing can be applied to my wondrous tales, so now we go back into here, checking out the raids, and once again seeing... Nope. Once again, it is only showing 17 minutes before any of those pop off. So that's for the light heavyweight. Meanwhile, heavyweight needs to be an M3 or an M4. So let's see how long it'll take for any of those to go off. And it tells me 5 minutes. Cool. Nice. That will go a lot better. Can now wait around for all that. Where... Oh yeah, Black Shroud, back over in, over in there. I got something I can have my monk do instead. While I'm waiting for this to go off. Dun, dun, da, 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 dun. Alrighty, and then swap my gear from warrior to monk for now, because I'm gonna head on off to this area here, since there's no fate going off in that area, to try and take on the Garleans that were in my hunter's log. These, oh my god, I didn't even get one of them down, and I needed 2 of them dead in order for this thing. God damn it. So yeah, so once I'm done with Larkskull, then I have to head to Earth's Gift to get rid of the Wild Hog, which is... Earth's Gift. Where the fuck is... Oh, it's not even in here. Okay. Alrighty. I am looking to deal with... Alright, so there's 2. Nice. Go. There we go, and then get you. There we go. Alright. Wild Hog, Southern Shroud, Earth's Gift. Okay, so that's over. That's over in this area here, so head over to Quarry Mill. And then the last thing I need to kill in Western Lenosha is the Shelf Claw Whatsamahoosies. And then after that, I get myself the Monk Stone, or the Monk, ring thingamadiggies. So, should be good. Oh, not that way, this way. So yeah, we're heading over here. But yeah, hunting log is really good when you're waiting for duties to proc off and all that kind of nonsense. So alrighty, no, not you. Fuck off. Alright, there we go. So there's a wild hog. Ding donk. And then demolition. So that's 1. And I need to kill 6 of them. Of course I need to kill 6 of these wild hogs. You don't make it easy, do you? Why would you make it easy for me? Why must it be 6 of these fuckers? Goodness gracious. Oh, and would you look at that? There's a fate that is perfect for this level, is it? Actually, one of the things I can probably do is swap... Okay, so... Now comes the fun bit where... So to corral... Q, E, and R. And then... Inspired meditation. So these two, so one does the AoE, the other does the thingy. This is annoying because it's like it goes 1 to 2, and then hopefully to 3, and then hopefully to 4, or it goes 1 to 2. Actually, you know what? So we'll do 1, 2, 3, and then it can go 1, 4, 5. Increases the potency of 2 strike by. So it goes into Corral to Oppo. So Corral, Oppo. Yeah, cool. Awesome. But wait, hang on. So Boot Shine. Oh, okay. So Dragon Kick would have been the alternative 1, 2, 3 then. Cool. Oh, tank. There we go. All right. Hopefully I don't fuck this up.
At long last, the decisive match against the Grand Champion! Will the challenger triumph and seize the tyrant's throne?
King. Go.
First, I shall take your measure.
King.
Show me your footwork.
In.
A direct hit, but they're still standing. Oh, even I felt that. Can't afford to be careless now.
How about this?
Fuck.
Another
Barely made it.
with a bomb.
Behold, the essence of martial mastery.
Alrighty, so angles and in and then away. Cool.
Absolute brutality! The champion's power is unmatched.
There is much more to come.
Oh, the challengers holding their own.
It has been a long time since I've enjoyed myself so.
What is the Dance of Dominion? 4, 5, 6. Ah, okay, so. That was a close one.
He knows no mercy.
Oh, that was close. Oh, where's the other tank? Thank Christ. I wasn't too sure where he went.
No more holding back. Prepare yourself, unenhanced warrior.
I beg your pardon? What is he going to do with all those weapons?
That was a close one.
Such ferocity! The champion is ruthless.
Almost got it wrong.
absolute. I will not lose.
And then he turns into the tyrant.
Altered his form. He looks even more tyrannical than before.
Know the folly of challenging me unenhanced.
Oh, let me... No, you do not. That is a fucking ridiculous, like...
I will not yield my throne.
Then we go back to 2.
What a display of power! He's unleashed the full might of the behemoth!
Now fall.
Oh, please don't fall off to your death. There we go. Excellent.
Split the ring in half. We're going to need urgent repairs.
Oh, shit!
Oh dear, the challenger has fallen out of the ring.
I literally walked off. Wait, I know exactly what it says. Exactly what says?
Huh, they're up! What fighting spirit!
Try this.
Hopefully I went to the right side. Yes, I did. Thank goodness. It would have been really embarrassing if I went to the wrong side. Shit. Ah! Close one.
And now he's thrown the ring. What a the ring shall presently be restored. Oh, 'tis a clash between feral pride and mortal resolve. Either side could come out on top.
The power of feral souls makes the Arcadian what it is.
Oh my god. Come on. I can barely see what's going on when he does all that. How is there still 7% to go? Like, Jesus Christ. Oh my goodness, I was worried I was standing on a thing Medigi for too long. Dun da da. Need, greed, 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 need, greed. Player accommodations to tomato sauce, our healer. Da, 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 da. I didn't get anything I wanted. God damn it. Also, hi there, Sage. I asked the question of what it says on your chest. Oh, did you know that the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV comes with a free e-trial, allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heaven's Ward and tantalizing Stormblood and player-favorited Shadowbringers expansion up to level 80 with no restrictions on playtime? Join us in Eorzea today. All right, that is one thing in the thingamadoogies. All right, open this, clear that. This extreme, I'm pretty sure I can do unrestricted. I'm fairly confident I can do that one unrestricted. But yeah, how's it going, Sage Tanya? Also, hi there, Draconian Man. Glad that you're able to get to work on, like, with no hassle.
The unenlightened come. Come forth, scales of revelation.
Okay, I'm pretty sure.
I would know
Yep.
the weight of your souls.
Yep. There we are.
Can you bring equilibrium where one doth not suffice?
This one is annoying to deal with because, like, you know.
The echoes of truth. Hear the
There we go. Dun, 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 dun. All right. What's Hell's Cure? I don't know if I can do that one. Unable, a different duty category is already selected. Cool. It's no, I don't think I can do Hell's Cure. Hi there, Minty. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're doing all right. Hopefully you've been doing good too. I've been all right. I had to work the Saturday shift, which is a little bit annoying, but I was then able to Brain, you can do this. Because of working the Saturday shift, I was able to take today off, Monday. But the unfortunate thing is that I don't know what's been going on with my back for like the last, like, it's almost been a week where basically I go to sleep, I'm sleeping in my bed with my pillow, and then whether I'm sleeping on my side or on my back, I wake up and my back, like my upper back, like where the shoulder blades are and such like that, is sore. The muscles are tight. It didn't, like, some reason, the way I slept on that bed was not a good way to sleep on that bed, which was very, very annoying. So I have to deal with that kind of nonsense. Now, one of the viewers earlier in the chat, I think it might have actually been what's Mahoozies? Not Draconian Man, I think, or something like that. They recommended maybe using a wedge pillow instead for, like, you know, going to sleep and such like that, because the wedge pillow, like, you know, you have it like sitting like lengthways or something like that. So then that way you're not like sitting fully on your back. You're like sort of sitting at like sort of an angle. And yeah, so with luck, that will be the way to do it and all that kind of nonsense. So yeah. Doing all What's Minty doing? Doing all right? You're on a work shift at the moment? You're doing more Final Fantasy? Yes, I am doing more Final Fantasy, the critically acclaimed MMORPG. I'm doing all that kind of, I'm doing all that kind of fun. Yeah. So I'm just going through like alt job leveling and then, you know, maybe some Wondrous Tales. One of the things I want to look into doing is getting through this Realm of the Gods nonsense. But the unfortunate thing is that it's an alliance raid that can take a lot of time before someone fills it in. And unfortunately, it's not one that, hang on a second, ding, donk, back over to Monk. Alrighty, so H, the last thing I need to kill is over in Halfstone, Western Lenosha. So Lenosha, Western Lenosha, Halfstone, which is up here. So it's either going to be in this land base or in the Northern Edge Gate, either or. But yeah, I could put myself into like, you know, the Alliance raid queue and see if anyone's gonna answer it or what have you. But that is a big if, I'm gonna be real with you. There isn't a guarantee that someone will answer. Alrighty. So, first and foremost, swap back to this. Turn off the unrestricted party. Raids. I'm gonna put myself on that. And then I'm gonna swap over to Monk again. And we are gonna go a-flying. So yeah, so 3 tanks, 6 healers, 15 DPSs. Apparently we're waiting more than 30 minutes for someone to go into this thing, so it might take a really, really long time before that queue gets filled, which is really unfortunate. Because quite frankly, I would have definitely have enjoyed doing that queue on, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Is there really? No. Sahagin, Skimmer. Who am I looking for? Self-Shaw Reaver in Halfstone. Oh, Halfstone. No, okay, so no, this is Halfstone. So it would be... So there's the Fireflies there. Self-Shame, Self-Shame. Trench. Self. So they should be spawning somewhere in here. Then there's Vol's nonsense. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun. Alright, let's see. Does this put me in the Soul Shame, Shoal? Yeah, this then puts me into the Saspa Whatsmahuzi grounds, which is not where we want to be. This puts us back into Halfstone. Where we got all these guys. Hey, there we go. Alright, I've moved my monk around for like single firing, and this might be the right way to do this. So now my AoE is properly like QWERTY. It's now properly Q and E. And now I can go back to individual. And then back to E. To R. Minus Q. E. R. Mantra, so then that way each hit I do Q. E. R. Q. E. R. R. Q. E. R. I forgot these guys are level 48, so they are definitely not someone for, like, you know, constantly, you know, bodying with AoEs and such. I need to, like, take them on one at a time. But thankfully I've got my Chocobo keeping me alive, so who's laughing now? Alliance raids are so long depending on the day and the hour. You are absolutely correct. It is very heavy-handed on, like, you know, waiting time and what have you. It is not a it's not a fun time, is essentially it. Oh, these guys are all like 45s. Yeah, these are easily accomplishable. And then dink. So, because it says like more than 30 minutes, which is going to pick. All right, and then there's you, which I need to, because I'm pretty sure, yeah, so this will make my 4th one, which will finish the, there we go. There we go. That completes, oh. That completes our pugilist hunting log, which means we get to unlock some new shit. Once we're out of this fight. There we go. All right. There we go. The Master Pugilist Ring. We can now claim that reward, and we can wear that ring when we get up to level 50. Item conditions change, closing recommendation menu. Alrighty. We got a little bit of level. That's fine. That's fine. But yeah. So, not only do I have to go through the Allegia stuff, but at some point I also need to unlock the Asphodelos, like, circles as well. Because I've only gone through the first 4 circles, and there's, like, 12 I need to get through. Lot of work to go through. Ugh. You've woken from a slumber at 5 in the morning, but how goes the adventuring of the Final Fantasies online? They go, Popsicle Icy Bear. There they go. Right now, I'm just waiting for, like, a random, what's-a-mahoozy to pop, so it's gonna take a little bit of time. Let's see. Lancer, Archer, Conjurer. Honestly, Conjurer is probably gonna be a very easy one for me to go through, and I've just not put the time into it because I am a fool. The Sea Wasp at Halfstone, which is back over here. Northern Thanalan. Alright. Here's what I'm gonna do. Back to the White Mage, because the White Mage can most certainly get through dealing with all those sea slugs here. But yeah, like, this is going to take a long time, annoyingly enough. Like, it might need to be a party finder or something like that in order to properly go through it, so... Look at this. I'm using, like, stone 4. There we go. Alright. So that hunting log is out of the way real fast. Eastern Lenosha on the Aegis. Northern Thanalan. So, Lenosha, Ordona, Central Highlands. Western Lenosha, the Isles of Umbra. So the Isles of Umbra, which should be here. Isles of Umbra, which is down that way. Easily able to just fly across. Because, yeah, I should have had this Conjurer's hunting log done a long time ago, honestly. It should not have taken me this long to get through it. And what's more is, it's not even this useful for the Conjurer, because the Conjurer in question is my White Mage, sitting at level 71. So, yeah. So... Lammergeier and the Dead Man's Moan. Mordona, Northern Thanalan. So yeah, Going the long way around these buildings. So I'm probably going to be better off dealing with the dead men in there, but... Isles of Umbra. Let's see. Dead Man Moan, there we go. Oh, dead men done. Awesome. So now comes... I only had to kill one of them. And then the second cohort is over in Eastern Lenosha. The Lammergayer. I feel like I'm saying that name wildly incorrectly. There is no way that's how you're supposed to say it. Is it over here? Yeah, it's over here. Cool. Awesome. Eastern Thanalan, Corinthus Central Highlands, Southern Corinthus, Mordona, Northern Thanalan, Eastern Lenosha. All right, Eastern Lenosha. So middle, Eastern, over in the Ageless Wise, which is... Ageless Wise, which should be... Yeah, up there. So easiest way to get there is via Wineport. Yeah. I reckon Velk is probably... Like, if Velk was watching this stream, they're probably questioning, like, what the fuck am I doing? Like... You know, if it gets up to, like, 15 minutes, like, maybe I should have, like, you know, opened up, like, a, Alliance raid thingamadiggy. So, it's time for bed. Not to worry, Night Sky. Thank you for joining in for as long as you did. I greatly appreciate it. You have a good sleeps, okay? So, maybe one of the things I'll do is just read through the, One of the things I might do then is simply read through the Unending Codex while we wait for an Alliance raid to go off. And then... Alrighty. There we go. So that's them out of the way. Northern Thanalan, Mordona, Central Corinthus, Southern, Central, Eastern Thanalan. Alright. Black Shroud. You want me at Earth's Font for the Lesser Karok, so yeah, fuck it, let's do you over there. I just want the ring. I just want the cool Conjurer's ring for going through the hunting log. It's a silly little ring, but, you know, I get an achievement out of the way, which is nice. Like, each of the... Like, I got this ring. I've now got that ring. I got that ring. I need to work on these 3. This one's nearly done. That one's going to take a lot of work. This one's the same sort of deal. Like, Jesus Christ, I haven't even gone through, like, the... Alright, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I need to kill 4 of those. Cool. There we go. Eastern, Corinthus Central Highlands, Mordona, Northern Thanalan. Alright, let's deal with Northern Thanalan. This wants it at Blue Fog, which is easily done from here. And then once we go through that, we can then head to Mordona and then over into the Corinthus Central Highlands. Oh, hey, look at that. 2 DPS is now waiting in the queue. Nice. Alrighty. Where's the things I'm looking to kill? No, it's not use. It's not use. It's not that. Earth sprites. Oh, there they are. Two. Not balding me, Blue, in the moment of my vulnerability. How dare you? Is this not entertaining for you? White Brim. Cardona. Fifth cohort, which will probably be around over there. Look, giant horse. Isn't that cool? Yeah. Hi there, Inception. You're looking mighty cozy in that emote. That's Space Yean's emote. That's a cool, like, starry blanket. Blue, why don't you have a cool starry blanket like that emote? That looks like a ballin'. Alrighty, we are looking for... There they are. Yeah, each of these are dying relatively quickly because... Got some Garlean rubber for my troubles as well. I swear if I still had my whole blanket, I bet people would wonder where it would be. Wait. You would wonder what it be. Oh, okay. You've been up all night playing Rift Wizard, and then you rage quit, and then you went to Path of Atria. I have not heard of either of those two video games, I'm going to be real with you. I have not heard of Rift Wizard, and I've not heard of the Path of Atria. Those are all, like, never heard of them before. For all I know, you made them up. Hey! Alright, so, let's have a look. So, Boulder's down, White Brim, Eastern Thanalan. Alright. So, these are over at the Burning Wall. I know exactly where those are, so... Technically, it was a small cover blanket when you was a cub. I was into Hot Wheels, and you still am. It was Hot Stream blanket that we move and we forgot to pack it up. Oh no. That sucks when you move and there's like shit that you've lost through the packing and unpacking process. That's honestly a shame. Ow. That's honestly a shame when you lose stuff. I have been moving quite a lot, like during in my past and what have you, that there's not been a lot of stuff kept because of the whole packing and unpacking, moving in different places and such. It has definitely played into like the current lack of decoration that I have in my home and what have you. Like I've got a lot of stuff on my bookshelves now and such like that, but that came at a time when, you know, I made a conscious effort to hold on to things when I first moved into a like a shared like housing with, not shared housing, but when I had flatmates and such like that in a home. That came in like, you know, once I had like way more money and what have you. None of my stuff from like when I first moved out from family and such like that stayed with me. It was like I was very utilitarian for the longest time. All right, Central Highland. So we go over to Camp Dragonhead. So we go to White Brim first and then make our way down to Boulders Down. So yeah, should be easy enough to do. Honestly, very similar games, roguelike games where you go from level to level collecting loot and using stacking effects to become awesome, but Path of Atria is more forgiving. Rift Wizard is a pain in the ass. I remember someone made a, like, you talk about Rift Wizard, and because I'm going through a critically acclaimed MMORPG, Final Fantasy XIV, that reminded me, someone, I don't know if it was an indie game, but someone was making a roguelike, but the mechanics of the roguelike was taking inspiration from tanking mechanics in, like, dungeon crawls of MMOs. I wish I remembered what the fuck it was called, however, because I quite honestly love the tank class in Final Fantasy XIV, and I would absolutely try out a roguelike genre that was just, hey, you should probably go about and do some tanking. I would love to try that kind of game. I just wish I wish I could remember what the title was. Unfortunately, I did not bookmark it or anything like that because it popped up on my TikTok. All right, I'm just in Boulders Down because I couldn't find the thing I was looking for, so we're going to be looking around here at some of the creatures that are here. Those are busts. Ah, here we go, snow wolves. All right, how many of these do I need to kill? 4 of them. Cool. Awesome. It is gonna take a hot minute to find all of them. I will be real with you, though. If I get through this hunting log and we still haven't had, like, Algia proc, I'm probably gonna open up a party finder while I'm busy reading the Unending Codex to you. All right, we are now looking for Hippos Serfs. That is the last thing we're looking for in this Conjurers thing. Path of Atria was inspired by the Conquest of Elysium series. It has a pixel art style. They both do, but Path of Atria is just more visually appealing. A series I have not heard of before, Inception. Like, I may have left those behind somehow. My Hot Wheels were the only thing I kept. Hot Wheels you probably could have kept easily because it was like a hyper-focus of yours. But hey, at least you kept the Hot Wheels. The blanket, shame, honestly. The blanket would have easily been something you could easily, like, keep with you when you've, like, moved out from family and such like that, as opposed to the Hot Wheels, but, you know. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. All we can do is move forward after our decisions. There we go. Completed that log. We can now get the Conjurers. We can now get the Conjurer's Ring. Look at that. So, we just need to get through the Lancer, the Archer, the Rogue, the Thaumaturge, the Arcanist. Thank you for the random shirt, Sir Dragon. I am now wearing Blue Foxy Nicey Icy's favorite shirt. This is your favorite shirt, isn't it, Blue Foxy Nicey Icy? This shirt right here. You love this shirt. You love this monkey. I'm not moving away from this scene until I hear Blue say something. It will be funny. It's always funny. I just enjoy strategic, militaristic, war games, so they sort of appeal to me. I would be playing more graphically demanding games, but you're stuck with an entry-level PC, which can't handle a lot. The most demanding game you can play is Wizard 101. Oof! Oof! That is an old game. Angry Monkey? Exactly, Bruiser Dano. Hi, Sashera! Welcome, welcome. You're okay with this? You would be better without the shirt? Aw, you moved. Yes, I moved because... Ooh, hello. Someone is busy doing some nonsense. Ding. Swapping over to Dragoon. Might as well swap over to Dragoon, so then that way it's like, you know... Dun, 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 dun. I need to change my Dragoon's, like, you know, thingamadiggy. How's it going, Sashera? You doing good? You had a good birthday stream? How's Dazzy doing? Hell yeah. Bow. Excellent. There we go. Oh yeah, this is Lancer, so I can hunt things here. The Bartinic Croc and the Dragonfly, all around White Brim. Mordona, Boulders Down, the Snow Wolf, the Basilisk, and Northern Thanalan. Yeah, I can take on some random things here and there. You did. If I end up doing a PF and this drawing is done, I may join in to help. That would be greatly appreciated, Davey Boy. Right now, I am in the, blah, 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 blah. I am currently sitting in Materia Ravana, by the by, so I'm in the Oceania servers. The reason I'm still in the Oceania servers is because, you know, Velk's here. Although Velk has been getting a lot of harassment. I don't know what the fuck is up with Oceania server, but it gets some weird people here and there. Also, there is no one in White Brim for the people I need to hunt. So White Brim for the Dragonfly and the oh wait, no, this is too far away. The White Brim will need to be all the way down here, and then here we go. I may have lost a pillow and a blanket, but I wasn't going to leave toys over that way. I mean, I did leave some there, but I technically had a duffel bag full of toy cars. Look, our priorities when we're young, Popsicle, are different to our priorities as they are now, so it's all good. It's all good. I think I most certainly was very pedantic when I was at a much younger age over my Legos. I was much more critical of keeping track of my Legos than I was, you know, more important things. Alright, so there's the Goboos. And then that's Camp Dragonhead. And then there's Dragonhead. Feral Crocs. More Feral Crocs. So summer, knowing my luck, the things I'm probably needing, the Dragonflies I probably need to kill are over in that thing here. I heard with Velk a bit. I hope things are alright with them. I'll follow up with them another time, because, like, there's different bits and pieces that have been going off in their day and such. One of the theories that we have about, like, you know, why they get the attention that they do in the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV over in the Oceania servers is that there's a possibility that he might be seen as quote-unquote popular here. There's a possibility that he's actually seen as, like, a very popular Final Fantasy XIV player, given his streaks in high level and heavy like sort of duty tiers and what have you. But to his own words, he says he's only in the top 10%, which I think is kind of funny. The fact that, like let's be real. The fact that you are in the top 10, I think, is some pretty good props. Especially top 10 in Oceania. Like, that feels like an even narrower pool. Top 10 in Oceania, I feel like there's fewer people than top 10 in, like, North America. Listen, Buzzies is almost finished. Nice. Oh, I need to kill 5 of these snow wolves. Jesus. There we go. So that makes... No, it only makes 3? Okay, so then... excuse me. Yep, it's been 30 minutes and there's been like no movement in the Aglaia. No movement in the Aglaia. Top 10 is still impressive. It is impressive. I think that's the thing, is that Velk doesn't think that's impressive enough to warrant like popularity on the Oceania servers, but I think 10% definitely could be. All right. There we go. Alrighty. All right. Party Finder. Let's see. Has anyone... Binding Coils of Bahamut, Unmaskings, we got some extremes. No. So. We're doing raids, Alagia, duty completion, first timers welcome. First, hang on a second. Swap over to you. Then go over to Party Finder, recruiting players. Yep. Remove all remaining openings, unselected classes. Alright, here we go. First duty complete bonus. Oh, actually, no. First time bonus. Recruit members. What? The duty finder and the party... Oh! Withdraw. Clear selection. Recruit. Recruit members. There we go. Alrighty. Whoa. There's Moonchild. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Weird G-posing nonsense. A number of high-end what's-mahoozies. And then we've got some raids. Heavyweights M2. Windwurst. Senadora. Yep, that's my Aglaia. Binding Coils. Anyways, I'm at work at the moment, so I'm gonna get started getting my things set up. All good, Popsicle. All good. Don't get in trouble at work for watching a furry stream. Wouldn't be a good idea. Alrighty. I'm gonna hit the return on Tuliol because... yeah. So yeah, so Monk's at 46, so I can move on from the Monk and head over to the Dragoon, and then from Dragoon to Ninja, and then from Ninja... Fuck it, we'll do Summoner. So yeah, one of the things I'll definitely need to do is... Dun, 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 dun. Hi there, Izzy! You're not gonna believe what's in your DMs. Oh my god, are you... like... Is it Blue? Is Blue in my DMs? Because I've been messaging him earlier. Hang on a second. I gotta check my DMs. Let me just check my DMs. Oh my god! You're in my DMs. Did you do that? Did you do that in your most recent art stream? Chat. Hey chat. You should go check out Izzy. Oh, hang on a second. The thingamadiggy isn't there anymore because I already did the shout out. You should go check out Izzy. Can I show it on stream, Izzy? Can I show this image on stream, please? I still have your other, like, hang on a second. Let me hide the, like, I still have, like, it's in here is like your 2 pieces that I got from you. Like these are pretty good. Now, let me just show the source again. So then that way, actually, I'll show you. So I'll keep this board up and running. Where is my showing off image? There we go. There we go. Alrighty. Look what Izzy just shared to me. Look at that. Ain't I dapper? Ain't I fucking cute? Ain't I ready for fucking business? It's a shame I'm not wearing a tie, but at least my pants are up and that I've tucked in my shirt, which is a lot more I can say about my normal attire. Like, look at this. Look at that. That's fucking amazing. Normally, when you catch me, like, look at this. Like, I don't even have my shirt tucked in and such like that. But meanwhile, Izzy the fat cat goes so much harder. She's put me in a suit. That's so awesome. I love it. My girlfriend loves it as well. Artemis Snep. That's her. That's her by the by, Izzy. That's her. Artemis Snep is my girlfriend. She loves the zebra. She loves the big himbo with like, you know, the shirt off and all that kind of nonsense. She loves it. But yeah, she loves that too. So I'm gonna quickly move that into my I'm gonna move that into like my my folder. I've got like pieces of artwork from you. Gift art. There we go. Boom. Yep. So I've got. Is it 2 pieces or 1? No, I got 2 pieces from you. So last year you gave me. Hang on. Let me. So yeah, so these are the art pieces that you gave me. I put them side to side. So one of them, like over there, are those suspenders peeking out from the jacket? Wait, hang on. You mean... I'm wearing a belt. Like, if you're wearing a belt, you're not supposed to wear suspenders. I know that the Whatsamahoozy person at the dinner or the dinner. The Whatsamahoozy person at the dinner, no, not DDoSing anyone or anything like that, recommended to me, like, oh, hey, like, you know, you could wear high-waisted pants and then you go with a pair of suspenders instead. So yeah, look at that. It's kind of cool. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Oh yeah, real good. Brother Snep? Yeah, let's go with Brother Snep. We'll go with Brother Snep. So yeah, Brother Snep recommended to me like some sort of like Italian pants with suspenders or something or other. Also, why is my stomach making those sounds and noises inside me? I don't understand. There are dark spots under the jacket, that's why I'm asking. You would be fucking hot in suspenders. Dun, dun, dun. All right, so yeah, so right now, what the, hang on, where's my, okay, so there is an alliance, like, recruitment thing still open. Is my, yeah, my alliance thingy-majiggy is still open, thank goodness. But yeah, there's like no one in here. I need 23 players, and I need to try and find them in an hour. Sash! Help! Sash! I drew him in some fashion studies I had, which has no suspenders at the time I drew it, but they ought to be there. Suspenders would be cool. If you do suspenders, though, do keep in mind that you don't wear belt with suspenders. It's one or the other. All right, I am going to go to the bathroom real quick, okay? Actually, hang on, you don't need... Dun. Dun, 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 dun. BRB. Oh shit. I heard someone join, and then I heard someone left. What was up with that? Oh, they said BRB. Why did they BRB? Why did they BRB when like, they could have just stayed in there. I'd assume my presence is required to monitor chat. Would be nice, yeah. Would be nice. Would have been greatly appreciated. So, yeah. But I'm back now, so you know what would be appreciated, Sash? If you help me out in an alliance raid. We're going through the I want to try and go through Acclaimed. Dun 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 dun. You can try. You can try. That's all I can ask for, isn't it? You could try. I'm sure that as there's like more and more people, like, you know, joining in, you'll need to swap servers, mind you. Yeah, we're over in Materia, Ravana. Hi there, Mizuki. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're having a wonderful, you're over in the States. Morning. I hope you're having a wonderful morning. How was Forza Horizon 6? Is it good? I have Forza Horizon 6 currently installed on my PC because, you know, other people are playing it. It's available on the Xbox Game Pass and what have you. I've gone through the opening chapter. I did go through Forza Horizon 5, like long. You're in Australia? What in the world? Why did I think you were in the States? It's because of the weird times you stream is probably why it is. Or you're like a night shift. Something. There's something about me thinking that you're in the States. But yeah, I completely didn't realize you were in Australia. I either forgot or it was never in my brain. Hi there, Omega. Welcome, welcome. I am currently going through the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial, allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heaven's Ward, tantalizing Stormblood, and player-favorited Shadowbringers up to level 80 with no restrictions on playtime. Not sure if I said hi before. Hi, Omega. You said hi this time. Hi. Hello. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, right now I'm just waiting on, I'm waiting on an alliance raid to be finished and what have you, because, like, goodness gracious. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Hi there, Zephyr. Welcome, welcome. All right, who was this person? Andromeda Vedoma. Lol, they're in a party called Potatoes. Dun, 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 dun. 93% bimbo rating is really good, by the way, Omega. If you have Forza Horizon 6, we could play together sometime. That would be good. Hey! Why you gotta be stealing my shirt, Zephyr? Why you do this to me? Why you... Oh. Alrighty. You know exactly why. I honestly do not. It's news to me. Alright, so... Alright, first things first. I'm heading back to the Maelstrom, and I'm gonna be exchanging some things. You switch back over at the exact right moment, Zephyr. You're my current hero. Artemis, my girlfriend, loves the himbo titties. She loves the himbo pecs. Alrighty, that's level 100, 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 100. Pugilist. Dun, 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 dun. Just gonna... Dun, 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 dun. I'm just gonna get rid of some of this nonsense, because it's like... There's no point holding on to gear that's like this much of a level gap between my current stuff and later stuff. Crypt Lurkers, I'm gonna keep that. The Ruby Cane, fuck it. You. Lakshmi earrings and bracelet. Rapier of Crimson Lotus is level 70. Actually, no, get rid of that. And then... Nomad boots. Fuck it. Yeah, we're gonna get rid of some of these. And then Augmented Ironworks. Aiming, and healing. We're gonna keep those. Astrum... Varlets? Yeah, we're gonna get rid of the Varlets. These are level 50 chokers where I don't exactly have the strongest idea. Oh, Hero's Earring, we can get rid of that. You have 2 fans on full blast, and that ain't enough. Bam! That sucks. Welcome back. I realize I shouldn't complain about a system that we're lucky to have, but my god, visiting data sensors is such a pain. You gotta go out to the logon screen, you gotta right-click, visit data center, you gotta select the first aid. Like, it would be nice if like, slowly, they removed, like, separating data centers in this fashion. It would be nice. Alrighty. So keep all those. Oh, why do I have two? Ah, okay, so one of them is a high quality. I'll get rid of the none high quality. And then, so keep the crimson. Get rid of the earring. Maiming, dark light, mercenary. So that's for the pugilist. We're close to the pugilist getting that 47. I'm going to keep a lot of the Arum Veil stuff because they are like those are going to be close. Earrings I'm going to get rid of as well. Turquoise. So we got 2 turquoise with different rates. Okay, I see what's going on. One of these is a better thingy-madiggy than the other. Get rid of you. And then keep you, keep you, keep you. Then we got 2 of yous. Yeah, we got 2 of yous, so we're gonna get rid of 1 of yous. Get rid of a Templar skirt. And then Vigil's Cough. These are all level 41 stuff, which we don't 100% know if they're gonna be... The woven dress shoes, I'm definitely gonna get rid of, though. There we go. Nah, so Andromeda's just unlocked it themselves. Cool. Alright. So I'm holding on to 993 of that. Ease, attention. Maelstrom tickets. Naponia Dawn. Nice, nice. These aren't useful at all. Get 5 tickets just in that way. Oh, hello, it's a Makote. Look at that, it's a Makote. Point. Makote. Log out. Right click. Select data center. Select OC. Get told to log into OC to make sure I can connect. Get out. Go to data center. Select OC. Log in. Back out and go back. Oh, you get. Yeah. I can't invite you into the Alliance raid as I am. Hang on. Is there... Like, you can check the party finder. I'm in there. Like, look at this. Like, I can't select things. I can't select shit!
Thank you for the hyper himbo, Mizuki Nagano. I will great. What's your favorite class? Warrior. I love tanking. I love being dumb. I love being able to just do a 1, 2, 3 combo. I love that I just stand there and I take it. I am the line. I hold the line. I tank the damage. I tank the mechanics if I have to. I protect my healers. I give opportunities to the DPS, and I make sure that I am taking on all the hits while I leave the patty caking to the DPSs. There we go. So yeah. Ain't enough of my ass. Yes, degenerate, I'm gonna explain this shit. You're in just in time. Like, also, let us not forget, one of the things that I said that I was gonna do while waiting for this thingy-majiggy, I think an interesting concept for a different kind is one that is all about parrying damage. Could be interesting. But yeah. While we are waiting, I reckon it is time. Thank you so much for the follow. I thought you were following already, but thank you so much, degenerate. I am very appreciative. Excuse me for a minute while I read out the Unending Codex. They gave us this Unending Codex at the end of Endwalker. No, at the end of, I think it was either Endwalker or Dawn Trail, and the whole idea is that this provides us with different pieces of lore that would be very, very useful to us on things that we have already been given context to and such. And I shall be reading the first entry because I'm hyper-himboed and it's really funny to speak about Lalafels, especially Tataru, in this fashion. Though publicly known as the organization's receptionist, Tataru also serves as the Scion's coin keeper, a role she executes with an enthusiastic cunning that borders on the terrifying. Born to Uldanian merchants, the young Tataru had everything a Lalafell could ask for, until her family lost it all to bankruptcy. Plagued by debt and still smarting from this abrupt introduction to the harsh realities of the Sultanate, she apprenticed herself to a lapidary at the age of 12, and henceforth supported the household with her meager earnings. It was during this period that she met Minfilia, a miner come to sell gems and ore, who would later recruit Tataru to oversee the Path of the Twelve's finances. Tataru, in turn, resolved to use her newfound position not only to accrue personal wealth, but also to serve others. Indeed, when the Path of the 12 relocated to the Waking Sands and her role was expanded to include secretarial duties, she used her considerable social acumen to build relationships and increase its influence. As the organization slowly but surely grew into an association of like-minded and gifted souls, she was instrumental in seeking out potential members blessed with the Echo. After the Seventh Umbral Calamity, when the Path of the 12 merged with the Circle of Knowing to form the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, Tataru continued her tenure as Secretary and Coinkeeper combined. When the political situation in Ul'dah drove the Scions from their headquarters for a time, she journeyed with Alphino and the Warrior of Light to Ishgard, that they might there regroup and rebuild the organization. Later, she accompanied a contingent of Scions to the Far East, where she established ties with the East Aldenaran Trading Company's Kugane branch in order to fund local anti-imperial resistance efforts, one of her many laudable ventures on the Scion's behalf. Privately, Tataru has long regretted her inability to assist her comrades in martial endeavors and thus sought to train as an arcanist. Alas, these efforts met with misfortune, including the escape of her Garbuncle companion, and so she has since resolved to provide financial support through trades such as mining and weaving. In so doing, she has become something of a master artisan, going so far as to establish her own boutique in Old Charlian, yet she always manages to find the time to fashion new outfits for her Scion friends when they stand poised upon the threshold of journeys new. Your voice sounds like you took a whiff of sulfur hexafluoride, the opposite effect of helium. Well, yeah, because I'm hyper-himboed right now, Denny boy. Also, Denny boy, have you thought about joining us in the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward and tantalizing Stormblood and player-favorited Shadowbringers expansion up to level 80 with no restrictions on playtime as we go through an Alliance raid? That is creepy with that voice zooming on your face. Reminds me of the class in chemistry back in the day where one of the kids decided it was a great idea to take one whiff of concentrated hydrochloric acid. The first thing they said was, "It smells like burning." Oof. Don't listen to his propaganda. Definitely listen to the propaganda. I'm so going to be saying that in my sleep tonight. The poor puppers are going to have to listen to my ramblings. Orin is here! Davy boy! Oh, Davy boy, Sashera, the VC is open for you as well and such like that, so. Hello! Welcome, welcome. Oh, it's filling up a little bit faster now, which is really appreciative. Nice. Alrighty. Next up on the Unending Codex. Also, is this voice appropriate while I'm reading the Unending Codex? Wish I wasn't working so I could play the critically acclaimed award-winning MMORPG. Ah, Degenerate would be good. Grant's himbo propaganda is better than Dazzy's gecko propaganda. Yes, I am so glad you think so. I am so glad that you think that my himbo propaganda and my Final Fantasy XIV propaganda is so much more powerful than the propaganda perpetrated by Dazzy. Because Dazzy doesn't know how to get, he doesn't know how to recruit and start small. Still drawing, so I'll be tabbed out on Final Fantasy till it fills. All good. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn. This secret society was the product of a merger between the Circle of Knowing, led by Louislaw Levi-Lou, and the Path of the 12, led by Minfilia Warde, following the Seventh Umbral Calamity. Working in concert with the leaders of Eorzea, the Scions strove to address the myriad problems that plagued the realm, be it the godlike primals, the imperialistic Garleans, or the scheming Ascians, beings who have long shaped history from the shadows. As a means to achieve its objectives, the Society sought out those blessed with the Echo, a mysterious power with myriad manifestations. The most notable of which was the ability to walk in the memories of others. It was for this reason they extended an invitation to the Warrior of Light. On account of the contributions in dealing with several primals and the 14th Imperial Legion, the Scions' existence became public knowledge. Utilizing their newfound reputation, Alphino Levi-Lou founded the Crystal Braves, a military organization intended to pave the way for a unified Eorzea. However, the Society's activities have made it the target of a monetaristic faction of Ul'dah, and an elaborate betrayal by Alphino's presumed allies resulted in the Scions being framed for the Sultana's assassination. Though branded fugitives and scattered for a time, they eventually learned of a plot
Within a plot that saw the monarch put into a deep slumber rather than slain, and succeeded in clearing their names. Their honor restored, the Scions went on to become key players in the liberation of Alamigo and Doma from Imperial rule, and after helping to avert the final days, they judged their mission fulfilled, so it was that they announced their disbandment, at least outwardly, and retreated from a plain sight to labor in secret once more. Oh yeah, no, they can do squats. They got that dump truck of an ass. The final days. This dreadful calamity befell the star in the distant past when it was known as Aetherius. In that shining age, men had the power to manifest anything at will, even living beings, and through this miraculous creation magic, their civilization thrived. One day, however, following a keening sound from the land, their magics ran rampant, giving form to eldritch horrors born of fear and despair. Their blissful lives became a waking nightmare, and mankind was driven to the brink of extinction. The Convocation of 14, the people's chosen representatives, observed that the phenomenon manifested where the celestial currents, the star's outermost flow of aether, had grown weak and stagnant. In order to address this deficiency, they summoned forth the mighty Zodiarch to exert control over the laws of creation. Though this act demanded a heavy price, the sacrifice of half of mankind's remaining numbers, the vast majority willingly rendered up their lives, and thus were the final days forestalled. Over the intervening millennia, this star-encompassing calamity had faded from memory, but faced with its second coming as engineered by the Telophoroi, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn embarked upon a desperate quest for the truth. At length, they discovered that an ancient named Hermes had created Meteon, a being capable of traversing the great expanse, to ascertain the meaning of life by seeking out other civilizations in the universe. Alas, Meteon and her sisters fought naught but despair, driving them to conclude life was suffering, and death the sole mercy. Fleeing to the edge of existence, they became the End Singer and proceeded to unleash the power of Dynamis, an esoteric energy set in motion by feelings to usher all stars to their doom, that life need not continue in vain. Despite seeming insurmountable odds, the Scions held fast to hope, and amid darkest despair, lit the way for their champion as they confronted the End Singer at her nest. And at the end of a fierce battle, they emerged triumphant and put an end to the final days once and for all. Estidian, the Azure Dragoon. Estidian Verileniu, scion of the Seventh Dawn Dragoon. One of Ishgard's most capable knights, Estidian, called Wormblood by many, once led his order as the renowned Azure Dragoon. Estidian's origins are humble, having been born to a family of sheep herders in the eastern hinterlands of Korthus. However, the course of his pastoral life was forever changed when his village of Ferndale was razed by the great worm Nidhogg, an attack which claimed the lives of his parents and his brother. Bereft of home and family, the orphan of 12 summers was taken in by Alberic, then holder of the title of Azure Dragoon. The two proceeded to forge a complicated friendship, a martial instructor, an adopted father, and a flawed knight, one who failed to protect his family. To the young Estidian, Alberic was all these things and more. When his training was complete, Estidian joined the Temple Knights. So focused was he on the fight against the Dravinian horde that he scarcely remembered the names of his companions. His sole friendship was with Iameric de Borol, a knight of similar age who shared Estidian's passion for the cause. Estidian's prowess saw him rise through the ranks, first becoming a dragoon and later inheriting the title of Azure Dragoon, once held by his foster father. Like all Azure Dragoons, Estidian would carry with him the Eye of Nidhogg, a relic torn from the worm's head over 1,000 years ago. Though the eye conferred power to the bearer, it rendered them vulnerable to Nidhogg's influence, and his undying hatred threatened to consume Estidian's very soul. Only through constant vigilance and strength of will did Estidian maintain a grip on his sanity, though there were occasions when he came perilously close to succumbing to Nidhogg's rancor. In the midst of the Dragonsong War, Estidian offered to accompany the Warrior of Light and Alphino Levi-Lu in their quest to convince the Dravinians to renounce their 1,000-year campaign of vengeance. Though he did not believe they would succeed, Estidian nevertheless agreed to eschew violence, unless circumstances forced his hand. They were later joined by Yazeli, leader of the heretics, who similarly believed peace an unlikely prospect, but one still worth pursuing in earnest. Estidian traveled with the others to the Churning Mists, where they sought an audience with Hraesvelgar, brother of Nidhogg. Excuse me. From the Great Worm, they learned the truth of the Dragon Song War, that it was King Thordan of ancient Ishgard who drew first blood when he and his knights murdered the Great Worm Retoskr and subsequently devoured her eye so that they might claim her power for themselves. Yet, in spite of this truth, the fact remained that Nidhogg was intent upon the destruction of Ishgard, and if he could not be persuaded to yield, they had but one recourse. In the end, the Azure Dragoons succeeded in hunting down and slaying his archenemy, presumably ending the 1,000-Year War. Upon their return to the capital, Estinian and his companions discovered that Archbishop Thordan VII had plotted to wield the power of a primal to transform himself into an eternal god king and bless the world with his twisted idea of harmony. They pursued the archbishop to Azizla, where they put an end to his machinations once and for all. However, in the wake of the battle, Estinian succumbed to the all-consuming hatred within Nidhogg's two eyes, transforming into a vessel for the worm's shade that would marshal his forces for a final assault on Ishgard. Following his defeat on the Steps of Faith, Estinian regained partial control and urged Alphino and the Warrior of Light to kill him, but instead the two tore the eyes from his body, casting out Nidhogg's shade and saving the Dragoon's life. With his homeland entering an age of peace, Estinian renounced his title of Azure Dragoon and set off on a journey of his own. Even during these wanderings, though, he stayed abreast of the Scion's activities and participated in both the liberation of Alamigo and sabotage efforts within Garlemald. In time, he gave in to relentless solicitations of Tataru and Krill, officially becoming a Scion, and working tirelessly with his comrades to deliver the world from the calamity known as the Final Days. Following his long journey from arch-nemesis of dragons to their friend and brother, Estinian renamed his lance Nidhogg after his fallen foe. Though he is still a lone wolf at heart, he travels more often with others than before, such as to the Isle of Thavnar, where he had forged a new friendship with Vertra, another of the First Brood. Grahatia, Scions of the Seventh Dawn, all-rounder. How are we doing on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, so we got Alliance A out of the way. So we're waiting on Alliance B and Alliance C. God damn it, Tabitha. I'm in the middle of reading right now. All right, so we're at 17 of 24. So we just need 7 more. Grahatia. A relatively recent addition to the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, Grahatia hails from Corvus in southern Isambard, where the Alesian Empire once flourished during the Third Astral Era. Although the Mikote were once forced to toil in obscurity for the glory of Alag, Grahatia's tribe, ever proud, devoted themselves to the study and preservation of arcane secrets. Thousands of years later, when Corvus was conquered by the Garleans and brought under the jurisdiction of the illustrious House Darnus, a young Graha, heir to vast stores of Alesian knowledge and the last child born with the Alesian eye, was given into the custody of the students of Baldessian. After acquiring Charlian citizenship and freedom from once mundane duties, Graha concentrated on his education, earning his Archon's mark for his groundbreaking research into ancient arcane wisdom. Owing to these qualifications, Grahatia was tasked with the vital duty of investigating the Crystal Tower, the most fascinating and forbidding of the surviving relics of the Alesian Empire. It was during this expedition that he met with Rambros of the Sons of St. Connach, Sid Garland of the Ironworks, and the Warrior of Light, an occasion which led to the formation of the fellowship known as Noah. With his newfound companions, he laid bare the secrets of ancient Alag and learned from the awakened clones, Une and Doga, that the eye he inherited was, in truth, the royal eye, the unmistakable mark of the Alajan imperial family. With it, he could control the Crystal Tower itself, per the wishes of Selena, the final princess of Alag, who had chosen to pass down this gift and place her trust in future generations. Judging that mankind was not yet ready for the secrets of the Crystal Tower, Grahatia sealed himself within it, in the hope that he might awaken in an age when his fellow man had set aside their differences, when they might truly comprehend and wield the Alajan knowledge for the benefit of all. Alas, when Grahatia woke from his slumber 200 years later, the world had been ravaged by tragedy and death, for the 8th Umbral Calamity had come to pass. Biggs, third of his name and 18th chairman of Garland Ironworks, had cracked the tower's ward, seeking to harness the power within to develop a means of time travel, that they may forge a future in which the calamity had never occurred. Graha agreed to lend them his aid, and so it was that he and the Crystal Tower were transported into the past, not of their world, the source, but of the reflection, known as the First, where fate would once again see him reunited with the Warrior of Light. The First, for its part, had suffered a calamity no less daunting than that of the Source. A flood of light had nearly extinguished all life, and what little remained was beset by horrors born of the phenomenon known as Sin Eaters. Unaged due to his symbiosis with the Crystal Tower, and that's it. We're all filled. Sorry, story time's gonna have to end. RIT. Alrighty. Ready, check. This raid is so good. Background music, 1 billion. All right, fine. Hang on a second. Ding. System, sound, listening. I'm gonna put background mute. Oh wait, master volume is like, let's put it at like 70. Background music is at close. All right, cool. Join. It's fine. I was just coming to help out. I don't really care. Wait, what? What? Ooh, ready for me to forget to heal them? Alliance B is gonna have a fun time. 300 ping, let's go. Hell yeah. Welcome to Oceania, Davy boy. Alrighty, Bruiser. I'm so sorry you weren't able to join us. I'm really, really sorry. I wasn't aware that you were, like, trying to rush in and such. I live in the ping. This is fine. As did many of us. Zeus? Here we go. I miss Flare Star already. Oh, this is some good music, I will be real with you. Jesus Christ, who the fuck is at the start? My goodness, White. Wait up, White! Why is everyone running? Oh my...
You are resolved to face me.
Holy shit. Thor? Ah!
Come, children of man.
Alright. Let me just get my first what's-mahoozy together, and then here we go. I can't see shit because people are running fucking Bahamut. Lol.
Bend the knee.
Wrong movie. I love how Sashara says wrong movie. Thank you, Sashara, for joining in.
Tremble before my divinity.
Wait, what the shit? Oh, that's interesting. So, like, he has, like, a chevron thingy-majiggy going off, and then... Okay, okay. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Okay, so we got a much smaller environment now. Goodness gracious. We're just going, like, straight at... Oh, there's hammers! Oh, okay, maybe... Not be near the hammers. Oh, okay. Oh, I think I know what's gonna happen. Oh, okay, I didn't think it was gonna... I thought my thing was gonna go running into him, but okay. That makes sense. Oh, shit! Fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. Oh, you... Oh, I see. Oh, shit. Well, that's not fair. I thought I would be moved by that. Oh, we've lost a few peeps already. Oh, that's my move! That was my move then! He did a warrior... That was a warrior move then! Okay, so we want to be here. Yeah, cool. Cool. Almost got it. Alright. Ow. Fuck you. No, you do not get to reproduce. Excuse the fuck you. There we go. Nice. God, that was awesome. Oh, I cannot curate any more poetics. Shit. I used up all my casting and striking. I'm just gonna greed both of these things. They look cool. God damn. Grant just jebaited everyone. Wait. Was I the one that jebaited them then?
Intriguing. Then the destroyer shall take your measure. After you have provided my servant with some sport.
And the maid is sure I will lay you low. Okay. Warrior complete time for the monk. What? What is it? Oh, shit. What the fuck is he doing? I have no idea what that is. Oh, fuck. Okay, cool. I'm on the right side. Wait, no, I'm not on the right Oh, fuck. Okay, cool. I was on the right side. I am forgetting, like, all of my, fucking, rotations right now. I am just in awe of, like, all this. God damn, like, I would... Like, if the gear looks good, I would love to go through this Alliance raid, like, more than once. Alright, yep, cool. Yourselves. So, the gods have minions at their beck and call. We must proceed with care.
Final Fantasy 14.
Final Fantasy 14. Hi there, Cap. Welcome, welcome.
What is this?
We are going through an Alliance raid of, Aglaia. It took us so fucking long to get a party together, but we did it.
Is the Eden series?
Sorry?
Is this the Eden series? Or am I stupid?
This is the God series, so at Endwalker stuff.
Yeah, this is Eden.
Ah, okay, okay, okay.
How do you like, Reen's girlfriend?
I haven't seen her yet. Or I've forgotten about her from, like, the opening cinematic that they gave us, like, at the start of the quest line. What in the... Oh, what the shit? Okay, so we go here? Shit. Okay, cool. And then...
Not Eden, it's one of them.
Only hands.
I thought the Alliance raids were Eden.
No. So, normal raid, you're probably thinking of Eden's Promise and all those. This is, what in the fuck? Uh-oh. We need to be here.
In my defense, I play less video games and I draw more boobs. Speaking of, I'm drawing boobs right now.
Nice. Boobs are awesome. Davey Boy was doing some drawing while we were waiting for this thing to... Oh, shit. I need to provoke. I just saw, like, our tank fucking dead, and I was just like, okay, I need to provoke.
Have I gambled today?
Oh, shit. What the fuck? Oh, okay, this side.
I think I'll go gamble.
You idiot. Alright. Oh, shit. Narset Flash. There we go. Hopefully all three of our... Yep.
Here's the question, gamers. Should I make this big titty girl Cap, or should I make it a new OC that is also hot? The answer? Make it a new OC.
Artemis Snap.
I
Oh, wait. What am I doing?
forgot.
Shit. I don't know what I'm doing. Fuck. What in the shit am I... Oh, did I... I have no idea what I did wrong.
Do you think Alliance B and C are on his pingaling and his other hand?
I don't know what you just said, sorry. I am fighting for my damn life right now.
Do you think the rest of the Alliance is on his pingaling?
The rest of the Alliance is... Oh, thank Christ. Oh. striking. Agreed on that one. Agreed on that one.
Enter my realm, if you dare.
I'm not even gonna choke a
Flame Weath Portal.
Oh well, I'm not even here for all that. Ladies and
You
gentlemen.
rang. Yes, Cap was saying that they were drawing, like, you know, someone big-tittied and such like that, and they were like, should I draw it as Cap or should I draw as a new OC? And my dumb himbo brain was just sort of like, Artemis Snap. My girlfriend.
My wife.
Please draw my girlfriend.
My wife Booba. Yes. That's what you sound like. Hello, my name is Grant. I American. Draw boobs, please. Thank you. I'm probably gonna push hard for more commissions soon.
Okay, okay.
I want to get like an updated fucking tablet.
Mm-hmm.
Like this one still works and is great,
but it's doing
also,
some weird problems.
Yeah. But also it is my first night thinking about that, so I'll sleep on it for like 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I did get shit from gambling. Never gamble.
Noted. I'm pretty sure I'm one of those rare Australian residences where despite all the gambling nonsense going off in his like purview, the only gambling I've done is the 20-minute guarantee or a free pizza from Domino's. I was only half listening and working on assignment 2, about a third of the way through this one. It's not getting submitted tonight, but you know, nothing, just over 3 hours. I'm feeling good with it. Nice. Nice! It's a goddess lady. As a Yama. Holy shit! She just summoned a sun. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck, there's, suns here. What? Okay, cool.
Once you get out of this raid, I shall show you what I've been working on, because I really enjoy it.
Oh my god, this music is so good. Oh, shit.
God, I need to do so many raids. I need to do Alexander.
Okay, the orbs are even bigger this time. That's not good.
Just a mirage. Or something more.
Oop. Uh-oh. Shh, that's not good. That's not good. What in the... Fuck. What does that mean?
You remember when, in the trusts, Bankrupt would scream at you?
I don't remember Thancred screaming at me.
He'd go, my turn!
Oh, okay. Oh! Yay, I didn't get a vulnerability stack for that.
We love not getting golden stacks. You know what we love? We love getting poison stacks.
Oh, shit. What in the fuck are those?
That's why she is invulnerable to poison.
Alright, so we got these weird fire things here.
Raging flame, dance upon the wind.
Okay. I don't like this tiny triangle. What in the...
Zemi is casting Ultima.
Ow. Ow.
This will burn.
And she's only the second boss, apparently. And I just wasted that. Casting again. God damn. Where's fending? Give me some fending gear.
I am Null, keeper of the realm of the living.
Oh.
I am Thor, keeper of the realm of the dead.
Doesn't he kind of look like that one Gallian dude?
What the
Yeah, bro.
shit? The traitors nulled and fall. Okay.
Prepare to
Oh, I get it. It's like 12.
children of man.
It makes sense.
Sad that you now kill the bosses here before their cooler mechanics actually happen. I'm fine with their cooler mechanics not happening because I would be so fucking lost.
Balls indeed.
Do we go easy on the DPS to show new people the scales? The scales? The f...
I can't believe you're going to kill Ulda itself.
Yum. Naldthal is who we're fighting. So above as so below. What in the shit?
I guess he's the god of the underworld. I keep it real, I only know that because I'm...
Wait, okay,
I'm reading
so
his wiki
heat
page.
above, flames below. What? What? Hang on. So, are we going in? Why are we... And then... Wait, what? Ow. Heat above, flames below. Okay, so does that mean we want to be on the outside then? Because it's heat... Because like, flames are below? Okay, cool.
I can't believe in this raid series you get to fight, God.
Yep.
I cannot believe how tired I am.
It is past 9:30, so this is like a fair... Okay, where the fuck am I going? What am I doing? I have no idea what's going on.
My tiredness comes from dog.
Oh no, hazelnut cupcake is hella fire. What the shit?
Hey, you have fun. I am gonna continue drawing. That's your
Thank you very much. Don't forget to share the art you are working on. To DM. I'm really curious what it is.
Will do.
Thank you. Oh, what the fuck? Dope. Yeah, I got hit with a vulnerability then. This... Jesus Christ. What?
Will you weather my trial?
What? Wait. Oh, hang on.
We have only just begun.
What the... I have no idea where we're going.
Still defy our divine authority.
I have no idea what your divine authority is.
Very well. Let us proceed to your judgment.
What the... Wait, what?
We, the traitors, shall weigh your soul.
Oh, this way? There we go.
Preserve the balance.
Oh, Oh!
The moment of judgment.
Oh. Did we do it? Oh. God damn it. We're actually doing the fun mech. People normally just skip that entirely. What do you mean they skip it entirely?
You are deserving of reward. As a show of esteem, we shall bring our all to best.
Come on. Last little bit. Let's go. Woo!
You have been found.
Yes. They kill the boss before it happens. Ah, okay. But that's why they were talking about, like, the DPS checking, or, like, DPS, like, you know, going, like, not going as hard then. That makes some sense. That makes some sense. Aglaya is complete! Woo! So glad the Bell's Balls is real. Dun, 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 dun. Need. I am needing on every single fucker. Greed. Alright. Fending! Yes! Fending! Yes! Let's go! Yes! Now to finish the art. Dun, 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 dun. Woo! Only one fending is unlucky? That's just what fending has been like for me on Alliance raids. I have only ever gotten, like, one piece. You're safe! Thank goodness! I rushed here as soon as I heard the tidings from Raha. Is this true? Beings claiming to be the 12 have appeared? You defeated them all? Incredible! I had no doubt that you would succeed, but I'm no less impressed by it. Solemn have I felt that blah blah blah. Godly Greek himbo set is very good. Ah. If you haven't tried it on yet. I can't wear the maiming though. To think that the day would come that we would put on an act for men. I must say, Byregot, you played the villain's role to perfection. Come now, master. I merely did what was necessary to compel the mortals to confront us. Still, it pained me to speak to our beloved children so unkindly. So you say, Aziyama. Yet you seemed happy enough to fight for them. You did not forget the true purpose of the challenge, I hope. So you, happy to fight them. You did not forget the true purpose of the trial, I hope. Well, I couldn't help but be excited. And do not tell me you felt differently. Consider yourselves fortunate, children. 'Tis rare indeed to see Nulthal in such high spirits. What in the world is happening? Didn't you say you had defeated them? Did they manage to flee, or perhaps were resummoned? Put up your weapons. You have not to fear us. Rest assured, we are not summoned beings. We do not drain the land of Aether, nor do we take men into our thrall. But what of the gods who were summoned during the calamity? The ones Master Louis Soir called forth to protect the realm? That was not us, but a primal born of your fervent prayers for salvation. Indeed, that the worst of the calamity was averted and the realm restored in its aftermath was a direct testament to the power of your hopes. Why choose to appear before us now? Just as men harbor hopes, so too do we gods. To realize our aspirations, 'tis essential that we do battle with you. Thus did I falsely claim that we sought to rule the world. 'Twas deceitful, conduct unworthy of a divinity, and I must apologize. Not only for that, but for using my power to do harm besides. These hopes of yours, won't you tell us what they are? We cannot. If you wish to know the truth, you must discover it for yourselves. 'Tis not easy to move forward when there is seemingly no destination. But if you press on, you will eventually arrive at the answers you seek. You will understand why we hold our peace, and far more besides, you will learn the very truth of our existence. Go forth, mortals, and seek knowledge of us, and when the time is right, we shall meet again in this place. Ooh, that's cool. Oh, I love the look of that. That's pretty decent. I like how maiming looks. As if hearing about your battling the 12 weren't shocking enough, to have them appear before my very eyes, suffice it to say, it's been an interesting day. While much about them remains shrouded in mystery, at least they seem open to reason. In considering our next step, I should very much like to hear your detailed accounts of them. Right after I have a word with our client, that is. Please, give me a moment to introduce myself, and then we can review the situation. Alright, I'm gonna go through these missions, so then that way it's, like, still in here for, like, the next week we go through. I know we're past 10 o'clock right now, but if I don't do these missions and have the one left over saying, please enter into the next Alliance raid, I'm going to forget. Greetings. I am Krill of the Students of Baldessian. Do I have the pleasure of addressing Derek, the explorer who sought aid in investigating this place? Monkey! I am Derek, and this here is a baby Opopo. Opo. Yeah, it's a baby Opopo. Yes, I can see that. Doesn't it have a name? Yep. None that I know of, nor would I presume to bestow one, for that would be condescending. Is this person disguised as a god? Is this person just like, ah, yes, like, hey, I need your help, and then just not telling us anything? I see. That's very considerate of you. So I understand you explored the various phantom realms with Derek. Will you recount to me the experience? So while the gods tested you sorely, you did not sense any malicious intent? As Byragot said, they wish to do battle with us, but 'Twould seem they do not necessarily wish to cause us harm. Though much and more about this perplexes, mayhaps 'tis safe to assume that they are not primals. As you may recall, Living Way once told us that the art of summoning as taught by the Asians incorporates the fervent desire to assimilate others into one's belief. Thus do the resultant primals seek to enthrall worshippers, who in turn seek to grow their ranks. But these beings appear to harbor no such desire. If they are primals, then they are unlike those that have been summoned in recent memory. We might suppose that they were created in antiquity, in like manner to Hydaelyn, but there's no way to prove it. Who could they be? And why do they desire battle with man? Even of your little Eorzea, you know precious little. The true identities of the 12, for instance. So it's very possible that these people are not Asians, but they existed before the Sundering. Emmett Selk did say that, didn't he? By which we may assume he knew the truth and challenged you to seek it out too. Suffice it to say, you'll do so, of course. Insofar as we can ascertain, this is a matter which has implications for the entire star. In light of this, the students of Baldesion formally accept the commission. We will investigate the Phantom Realm and the beings who call themselves the 12. I'm pleased to hear that. Thank you. Without further ado then, I will take a look around. There are a few things I'm curious about. Then with your permission, I will take myself around Eorzea and investigate the worship of those gods we encountered. Grant, Derek, seeing as you've already seen this place, would you care to accompany me? By all means, in which case... Could you stay here with Krell, my friend? It wouldn't do to leave a fair maiden alone. Ook, ook. I shall be glad for the company. Take care then, and good luck. Dun 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 dun. So, to explain my plan, 'tis believed that the 12 were already worshipped during the 3rd Astral Era, when the Allagan Empire flourished. Come the 5th Astral Era, those nations that fought in the War of the Magi each took one of the 12 as a guardian deity. This practice is continued to the present day in Eorzea, with some notable regional differences. For instance, Ishgardians hold Halone as absolute, while Sharlians enjoy a moderate relationship with Thaliak. By visiting various locations in Eorzea and learning about the 12 as they worship, I hope to identify... Hi there, Blue. Time for me to pass the hell out. Good luck with your stream. All good. Hopefully you have a wonderful sleep, Blue. I hope to identify any differences, any similarities or differences between them and the beings we encountered. In doing so, I believe we will draw closer to the truth of their identities. For our first destination, I propose we take ourselves to Regal's Reach. The place is holy ground for worshippers of the Destroyer and promises to yield useful details. I'm gonna disband the party at this point. So yeah, this... Alright, so we've done the first one. So it looks like it's done 1, 2, so 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 in total. And we need to head to Regal's Reach down there. Actually, before I do that, I need to see... So this leads... Okay, so this leads back to Mordona. So next time... Oh, Fleonos. Alright, cool. Cool, 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 cool. Yum. Alright. So that would be because this is called Ralger's Reach. That would be Regal, which, you know, I've barely ever bothered keeping an eye on that guy. But oh, look, his hand is like outstretched the same as you know, back in the realm. So there you are, Grant. This place serves as the base of operations for your investigation into Omega, did it not? How delightful to be here together. If you don't mind my making an observation, it seems you enjoy traveling with company. I do. It is something I had dreamed of for a long time. There's nothing like traveling with good friends. Yeah, Grahatia liked it. Is that so? What of yourself? Do you normally travel alone? In my wanderings, I much prefer to have solitude. Not that I avoid people or communities, mind you. As a matter of fact, I've been here before, on the trail of the Phantom Realm. Now that I think of it, more often than not, those places where Phantom Realm sightings are known to occur have a tradition of 12 worship. Then I dare to hope that we are on the right track. As I'm sure you know, Regal's Reach is home to the Temple of the Fist, the ancient headquarters of the Fist of Ralger. Raised by the Mad King Theodric, the temple lay abandoned before the Alamegan resistance claimed it for its operations. While I doubt that much literature has survived over the years, the people here may possess some knowledge of the local faith. So let us split up and make inquiries, and reconvene here afterwards to share findings. Dun dun. Alrighty. You read the words inscribed on the monument. A storm of blood approaches fast. Hell's open, heavens weep, for no one soul doth lie beyond the measure of his reach. Once upon a time, lists explained to you their meaning, that we must prepare ourselves for the strife and sorrow that will inevitably become. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, if it isn't Grant! Is this man perchance a friend of yours? When last he visited, he shared with me the tales he heard on his journeys. What amazing tales they were. If you have time, I'd love to hear both of your stories. Alas, we're in some haste. We were investigating the worship of Ralger and seeking literature on the subject, religious texts and the like. Can any still be found here? Just about all of it is gone, sadly. Destroyed by the Empire, if not the Mad King before that. But we haven't lost everything. The mighty image of the Destroyer, the tales we share at the campfire, like the legend of our nation's founding. We still have these things, and they were a source of great comfort and strength to us in our darkest moments. I see. If you don't mind, I would be obliged to hear your stories this time. Grant, rest assured, I have this well in hand. Feel free to carry on as you were. Alright, can I fly? Nope, I cannot fly. God fucking damn it. Okay. This is gonna be annoying. Come on. Nyom. 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 Yum. Jump. Yes? If you have business, please make it quick. I'm due to meet with someone any moment now. Forgive me my delay. Why, if it isn't the adventurer who kindly escorted me to the Temple of the Fist! Are you studying monks too, perchance? If so, you ought to work together with me and my colleague here. Few things are finer than joining heads with like-minded folk. Researching the worship of the Destroyer, you say? Why didn't you mention it sooner? This is a copy of the Destructivity, a scripture of the Fist of Ralgar. The original is one of the few texts that survived the temple's razing and is in the safekeeping of one Professor Eric. I went to the trouble of having this made for my colleague, only for her to say she didn't need it, so I'll offer it to you instead. Lest we forget, this is your passion, not mine. I'm simply assisting you as a favor, and I thank you not to put us in danger. Ah, but danger is the crucible in which the monk tempers body and mind. So sublime, the monks. Well, we have best to return to our work. Till next time, adventurer. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. We've made all our different inquiries. We can now head back to the... what's-my-whoosies? Heavyweight, cruiserweight, heavyweight, alright. And that's because I still don't have the pants that I need. Tisk, tisk. Excuse me. We are very much encroaching to the end of the stream. I'm only doing this mission so then that way I have the Alliance raid at the next week's Final Fantasy XIV ready. I might even do like a custom like announcement thingy-majiggy. So normally I just have the Final Fantasy XIV like, you know, image that you would have seen this afternoon. I might change it to instead be like one that's actually, you know, relevant to the patch here. Grant, what were you able to learn? A copy of one of the scriptures, you say? A moment while I skim over it. He's just like skimming over it real quickly. He's just going page, 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 page. I see. This chapter appears to be a record of the construction of the great image of Ralgar, written in a style that suggests folklore was committed to parchment. When the deluge of the 6th Umbral Calamity threatened Eorzea, the ancestors, the Yalamegans, were guided to safety by a comet. Believing that it was sent by Ralgar, they came to hold him in the highest. This much of the tale I have been familiar with. But according to the scripture, among those refugees who followed the comet, some claim to have caught sight of Ralgar himself. Their accounts were passed down through the centuries, and worshippers of the Destroyer pieced them together to give shape to yonder statue. I must say, it bears more than a passing resemblance to the being we encountered. Were that Ralgar a primal, the explanation for the similarities would be simple. That is, the statue gives rise to a unified interpretation of Ralgar's appearance, which in turn lends form to the primal. However, this fails to account for what inspired the likeness in the first place. If the scripture is to be believed, it was the sightings during the 6th Umbral Calamity. Yet for those witnesses to be able to recognize Ralgar, they would have needed an agreed-upon idea of his appearance beforehand. If we then consider the theory of 12 worship, that it already existed in the 3rd Astral Era, it would not be ridiculous to think that these divinities existed even prior to that. It's very possible. So the question is, did these beings give rise to their respective faiths, or are they primals born of them? I thought we made it clear. We are not summoned beings. What the fuck? How is he speaking? Oh, he's speaking to us through the orbs. Okay, I thought he was speaking to us through the statue. Ow. Fuck. Oh, hello. An eagle and a dust mite? Since time immemorial, our domains have laid scattered across Eorzea. As a matter of fact, one of those in which you set foot is nearby. 'Tis not unusual for mortals to glimpse us. That voice! Could it be? Indeed. I am Baragot, and the hawk beside me is Ralger. I shall elaborate upon my master's explanation. We thus disguised ourselves when we wished to observe the world without, for being seen in our true form would violate our laws of conduct. Yet, though we similarly disguise our sanctums, veiling them in illusion, rents are known to manifest when the surrounding aether is unstable. In such a time, should a gifted mortal chance to be near, they may inadvertently catch sight of us. Of course! During an umbral calamity, etheric imbalance occurs on a star-wide scale, the ideal condition for seeing the Phantom Realm. Precisely how many times we have been seen, we ourselves have no way of knowing, but that is a sound assumption to make. Well, Baragot, I believe that much shall suffice by way of an apology for our deception. Shall we? Indeed. That is all we are at liberty to reveal. Fare you well, children of men. So no one's catching sight of this, you know, of the giant lightning orbs, are they? They're just like, yeah, they just happened. Cool. Good to know. That's what we want to see. They are small. Excuse me. Aside from their Retaeans, where it concurs their identity and objective, these divinities are certainly approachable. If what they said was true and their worship can be traced back to their sightings, it would serve to explain one thing. According to my research, in the field of comparative mythology, Ralger is often observed to bear many similarities with Rama. Assuming both were inspired by the Ralgar of the Phantom Realm, their divergence may be attributable to differences in culture between man and sylph. So you believe that they gave rise to the prevailing faiths of Eorzea? It's possible. Given available evidence, yes, I am inclined to. Yet none of this explains their presence. How and when did beings of such power come into existence? Oh, 'tis you, Krill. Has something happened? Truly? Very well, I shall take care of it. Krill has recruited an acquaintance to aid in our investigation, an authority on mythology. I must go and receive her at the Sunken Temple of Karn, where she is currently conducting fieldwork, after a brief tour to prepare a little something. Convincingly, Thanalin is home to countless adherents of Nalthal. While I tend to business, may I ask the two of you to make inquiries in Ul'dah? Very well. Excellent. I will join you as soon as I'm able. By your leave. So it'd be just you and me in Ul'dah. I suppose it can't be helped. What strange manners for the one who proposed the survey to so promptly abandon it. I will not lie, I am not given to working one-on-one with another, but I suppose I agree to this arrangement. We had best be on our way. As I recall, Milvanith Sarkarium is still closed for construction, so let us try our luck at Arzaneth Oscuri. You have no objection to traveling separately, I trust? Good. I shall see you in Ul'dah. Dun 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 dun. Thanolin over at the Stettes of Nuld. Oh! Nuld and Thal. So these are the two halves of that. God damn it. How long? I've never noticed such shit. Jesus. I am oblivious to the Final Fantasy XIVs. I go through the main storyline thinking I've caught everything, and then I'll just get hit with shit like this, where it's like, hey, did you realize that Ul'dah, like, named their two halves after a deity? Ah, you're here. Of the Defic twins, Nald Thal, here they worship Thal, who keeps the realm of the dead and weighs the worth of men's souls. In contrast, Nald keeps the world of the living and oversees their financial fortunes. Their names are borne by many a location and religious organizations, some extremely wealthy and powerful, exist to nurture faith in them. On the surface, it may seem strange that a hub of commerce such as Ul'dah could be home to such spiritual people, but it is actually quite logical when one considers that their religion is, in essence, commerce. In any event, Nald Thal is truly unusual divinity. What was originally held to be one god came to be worshipped as twins. Indeed, rather than two distinct entities, that which we encountered was a single being possessed of two personalities. And they're just eavesdropping on us. Did I mishear? Did he say they just encountered Nald Thal? Huh? And while his appearance differs somewhat to the divinities worshipped, it cannot be denied that there are striking similarities in their nature. We're starting to attract attention. Forgive me, this is hardly the place for such a conversation. Let us continue it elsewhere. Dun, 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 dun. I'm gonna... Hang on, I need to adjust some nonsense. Ding. Stop rates for the next hour. There we go. 'Twas careless of me to openly speak of our encounter with a divinity within a place where he is worshipped. Hereon, I shall exercise greater caution. I thank you for alerting me to my indiscretion, and ask that you keep it between us. Now then, to continue our conversation. As I mentioned, though the Nald Thal is worshipped by men appears somewhat different, there are undeniable similarities in their nature. I believe we may report this much to Grahatia. With that, our work is done. Rather than waiting for our companion to arrive, perhaps we should seek them out at the Sunken Temple. He mentioned needing to make a detour. Were we to set out now, we ought to be able to catch up to him. After all, we hardly know one another. Rather than loiter with an unfamiliar person, 'tis better to use our time productively. Wouldn't you agree? Then let us head to the Sunken Temple of Karn at once. Oh, before I forget, you should check this out. I got myself some new mounts. I got myself a wind-up sun. And it has a light source. And you can set, like, different heights. You can, like, poke it and it'll go at, like, you know, up and down. And, okay, we'll just stay there, apparently. Yep, it will just stay there. That's kind of hilarious. Second Temper of Karn over at Little Alamigo. Dun 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 dun. All right. Mount up. Dun. Ring of Ash is found here. And the Sunken Temple of Karn. It's a collapsed scholar. You're here, thank goodness. I found this woman collapsed, though I can see no obvious injuries. By her attire, she appears to be some manner of scholar. Water. Food. In my bag. Please. I see. Grant, may I trouble you to find her bag? I will stand lookout in the meantime. Mm-hmm. Alright. Hang on. Actually, wait, hang on. Let me just... Oh, there it is. Examining it, you find a skin with a little water left, but that appears to be over for now. You decide to take... Yep, cool, awesome. Have you gone through all of this Alliance raid before, Sashera? Like, are you already, like, fully up to date on the whole thing? Oh, there's D. Dun 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 dun. Food. I need food. Dun, 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 dun. I have not saved dried meat. Tough as leather. Do you have anything easier to consume? Mm-mm. I got nothing on me. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Grant, Derek, what are you doing here? Actually, that can wait. Steady, Snorgium. I thought I brought you Archean loaf and coffee. Make sweet and creamy, just as you like it. That is a weird sound. Oh, she's back up. Ah, I am reborn! Washed down with a sweet beverage, the life-giving nutrients of Archean loaf permeate my being from head to toe. Thank you, kind stranger. However you knew my preferred source of sustenance, you are truly a godsend. Oh, it's you, Raha! What brings you here? I don't recall mentioning my field work. It's for my research into the Belladanians' worship of Aziyama, you see. Haven't you heard from Kryle? The students are presently investigating the 12, and we would prevail upon your expertise. Dun, dun, dun. May I introduce Snoajame, expert mythologist. She is a collaborator of the students, and like many a Charlian scholar, is passionate about her endeavors to the point of forgetting to eat. Seeing as she has recovered, may I ask the two of you to tell her about the Phantom Realm? Mm-hmm. The 12 abide in the Phantom Realm, and you enchanted exchanged not only words with them, but blows beside? Incredible! And your description of the domains, a thunderous tower in one and a sweltering city in another, are precisely as the heavens of lightning and fire are depicted in legend. In ancient times, worshippers of the 12 believed that there existed 7 heavens and 7 hells. Aetherology has since established that departed souls return to the ethereal sea. But it seems those afterlife domains were more than just inventions of mortal imagination. As a pursuer of myths, I must say it feels somewhat anticlimactic to suddenly have these revelations given to me. But more than that, I'm dying to know more, which is to say, please allow me to join in your investigations. Ahem. We would, of course, welcome your presence. Without further ado, then, let us head to the Ophelois. Kryl awaits us there. She a big lady. Tall, big lady with glasses. So cool. So cool to see a big lady. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so we'll need to take Revenant's Toil to get there. Easy enough to do. Boom. Alpaca. Cute little alpaca. Meow. Meow. Welcome back, everyone, and welcome, Snowy Jim. I'm glad you could join us. Kryl, how delightful to see you again. I understand you've been doing a fine job leading the students. Hey! But may I say what a lovely place this is? At a glance, this appears to be the highest of the heavens of legend, the seventh heaven. And oh, if those aren't symbols representing the other heavens! I take it those are their respective gateways. I would like to pay them a visit. For Snowy Jim's benefit, let us review what we have learned thus far and thus deliberate the next step. Sadly, you must bed. The brain has been destroyed by uni work. Enjoy the rest of your stream. Not to worry, Artemis Snep. It's okay. I'm going a little bit later than I intended, and the whole reason for it is just so I can have this quest available, like the next Alliance raid, available in next week's stream. The gods, or the next time I stream. The gods reappeared before us in Ragal's Reach. Though they were disguised as unassuming creatures, their laws forbid them from showing their true forms outside their realm. Yet, in the event the ambient aether becomes unstable, such as during an umbral calamity, it is possible for the realm, and indeed the gods themselves, to be glimpsed by mortals. And such sightings, we believe, have given rise to the various faiths practiced throughout Eorzea. As we confirmed in Ul'dah, the Nulthal worshipped by people and the Nulthal we encountered here have more similarities than they do differences. In the course of exploring the Ophelois, two things caught my attention. The first is the gate which lies in the innermost area. If each of the other 6 gates lead to an elementally aspected heaven, and we stand in the 7th heaven as Snoegem says, what then lies beyond that last gate? The second is this monument. It harbors some manner of magic, unlike anything I've seen before. I will endeavor to decipher it, but it will take time. Divinities that have existed since time immemorial who abide in domains resembling the heavens of legend. Why have they chosen to reveal themselves to mortals seeking battle? Unless they favor us with more of their secrets, 'twould seem this monument holds the key to solving the mystery. Indeed, much and more yet lies beyond our understanding, but we'll keep chasing the truth together. As I'm sure you'll agree, though, this is tiring work, both mentally and physically. We need to pace ourselves. To which end, might I suggest we return to Revenant's Toll and have a rest before we embark on the next stage of our investigation? Oh, come on, I just got here! Ugh. This has been exhausting. Doing alliance raids that are not part of the current patch is long, arduous time wasted. Oh, thank Christ I didn't have to walk all the way back to Revenant's Toll. So rarely do I get to simply chat with colleagues. I had faintly forgotten what it felt like. Indeed, and it's quite fitting that we should be doing so here at the Seventh Heaven. Fitting? That's an understatement if I had ever heard one. The seventh and highest of the heavens, which rules over the remaining sixth, was right here in Mordona all this time? This isn't fitting, my friends. It's destiny. You are obviously well versed in the myths surrounding the heavens and hells, if you don't mind. I would like to hear your thoughts on them. It's so good that we get another female Rogadin just, you know, having their tism expunging. Good for her. Invested as they are in their research, it doesn't take much to stroke their passions. My apologies if it makes you uncomfortable. Having always traveled alone, I've admittedly not too familiar with such a lively atmosphere, but I don't mislike it. By the way, the two of you arrived at the Sunken Temple rather quickly. Did something happen? Huh? Well, as pleasant as this has been, it's past time we return to the Annex. The paperwork for this commission isn't going to complete itself, alas. Then I shall take myself to the Ampholos. There's so much there that I'd like to see. And I believe I'll go for a walk nearby. It's getting a little warm in here. All right, do take care now. Alrighty. Oh, this way. Hopefully if we talk to this person, it will open up the quest that will actually give us the next alliance raid in the whatsamahoozies. Oh, Grant! It's pleasant, isn't it? The smells and sounds of a tavern makes one feel alive. And afterwards, stepping outside alone and breathing the cool air, I like that just as much. While we await developments, I shall remain here in Revenant's Toll. If there are any tidings, rest assured I'll share them with you. Thank you for your help thus far. I doubt so much could have been accomplished without you. Oh, greetings, Grant. If you come to ask about developments in our Phantom Realm then your timing couldn't be better. A short while ago, I received word from Grahatia. He and Krell have completed their preparations in Charlian and are ready to resume fieldwork. Even as we speak, they make their way hither. Let's wait for them together, shall we? Sorry, I'm just like doing weird like neck movements to try and like not to try and stop like the top of my like back / neck be getting tight. Ah, there they are. GrantZeebs is just not having a good time. He's so exhausted. Look at him. He's miserable. What in the heavens are you carrying? This, my friends, is the latest technological marvel to come out of Charlian. I give you the etheric analyzer. Holding it thus, you can take measurements of the ambient aether, whose waveform is then recorded by the aetherotranscriber at the back. This provides us with detailed data of the environment, which we can study at our leisure. As you know, the Phantom Realms are hidden by illusions. In order to ascertain their nature, I suggested to Krile that we record the data with proper equipment. Alas, said equipment is tremendously cumbersome. Raha has done well to bring it here in one piece, and as expensive as it doubtlessly is, I hope we can return it to the same condition. Return it? Yes, to the Forum. In approving our investigation, they granted us use of the device in addition to their financial backing. Despite the students' greatly reduced scale, the Forum has faith in our endeavors. Thus did the approval notice declare. I'm proud to say. We owe much of this goodwill to the Scions, yourself not least of all. That being said, we can't depend on the Forum indefinitely. No, we must stand on our own 2 feet again, and it begins with our efforts in this investigation. The 12 are meant to be Eorzea's guardian deities, yet they seek battle with mankind. What could it possibly be that motivates them? Entreating with them earnestly, I am hopeful that we will find the answer. Well, we shouldn't keep Zoigum rating. Without further ado, let's join her in the Ophelos. Yeah, you wanna give Grahatia like a minute to carry that nonsense? It looks kind of heavy, and I feel like he's not enjoying the trip. Dun 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 dun. All right. Ah! Fucking bright light. Are you kidding me? Good thing I'm wearing shades in this place. Welcome back! Well now, if that isn't the etheric analyzer, you've done well to get a hold of it. Indeed. We're duly grateful to the Forum for the loan. It's no small thing to be lugging around, but I've always wanted to try it. If you are ready, Raha, you may proceed with measuring the aether of the Phantom Realm. Grant, please assist with him, will you? In the meantime, I have a mind to further examine the monument with Snoegum. How does that sound? Like a plan. As a matter of fact, I've already done a little bit of work on that front. As you previously determined, the monument harbors some manner of magic, and this magic, I've since found, takes the form of an epigraph. By consulting experts in the field of archaeology, I was able to make a discovery. Ah, yes, a most startling discovery. The epigraph is largely incomplete, so we can't read it. Seriously? So you didn't make a discovery? Oh, but see, establishing what one doesn't know is also an important step in research. For a blessing, the language used doesn't appear to be completely unknown. If we can but fill in the missing information, it should be possible. But where do we even begin looking for such information? Well, we ask the gods themselves, of course. By giving them the battle they desire, we're doing them a favor, are we not? That being the case, I dare say they would grace us with their presence if called. Please, come with me. Dun 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 dun. Oh, the things I would ask them if they really did appear. Now, going by astrology, the heaven of Earth should be the next to open, and it just so happens I know the perfect incantation for this purpose. Open Muntai. Is that just Open Sesames, but in Final Fantasy style? It's a time-honored charm passed down in Gridania, whose patron is Nofika, one of the deities said to dwell in the heaven of Earth. Come, everyone, say it with me. Open Muntai. Open Muntai. So bright. What delightful children you are. I too have desired to speak with you. Oh, she absolutely smitten. Ooh. Hi. Oh, she's smitten. She's smitten. But by the 12, it's her! It's really her! She looks precisely as depicted in legend. Amazing! "'Tis an honor to meet you, Nofika. If I may, what is it that you wish to speak about?" "You seek to decipher the monument, do you not?" If you face more of us in battle, I myself included, we shall grant you the key to unlocking that mystery. We would of course be much obliged for such a gift, but are you certain? The gods before were not exactly forthcoming with your recess. Closely have we watched you from our respective sanctums, watched as you face us and pursued the truth with pure hearts and minds. In light of what we have seen, we have concluded thus. Even should you uncover the monument's purpose, you would still be willing to lend us your aid. Help us to fulfill our heart's desire, and so too shall we grant you yours. I look forward to receiving you in my sanctum, my dear children. Cool. Alrighty, I'm guessing that would open up the next, after we go through this thing, it'll tell us, like, oh, the next thingamajiggy is unlocked. The original plan was to revisit the heavens of lightning and fire, but I believe we all would agree that we should prioritize Nofika's invitation. Yeah. Well, Snowagim, your charm did the trick. The way to another heaven lies open, and beyond it, the truth of the monument. I can scarcely wait to pore over the etheric data. Raha, Grant, I leave it in your capable hands. As for you, Derek, may we rely on your guidance once more? Now that we know what awaits, I do not feel my presence is necessary. On the contrary, I would only be a burden. As you wish, of course. We can still count on you to pray for our friends, though, I trust. Dun, 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 dun. I'm glad that I can join you this time, Grant. Encumbered as I am with the analyzer, I fear I won't be able to assist in the battle, but I shall do my part and secure the data we need. Oh my god, this sounds like in a Realm Reborn trailer! Dun 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 dun. Ah, I thought I was gonna dun, 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 dun. I thought I was gonna go to the next bit. Ephroskiane. Alright, so we now have a new duty. I can Alrighty. So, we got that ready for the next time. We have that ready for the next... Also, there's a random bird there. Why the fuck is there a bird there? Alrighty. That is gonna be it for me tonight. My goodness, that was going on for a long, long time, I hate to say. That went a lot longer than I intended. It is 11 p.m. right now. I should not be up this long. So, I have not yet decided what Wednesday night stream is going to be. I don't think it's going to be more Final Fantasy XIV. I feel like that would be a bit of a bad idea. So, I will have a further think about it. It might be Forza Horizon 6. It might be a brand new game. It might be something I'm playing with another person or by myself. I don't know yet. I haven't yet done the best idea, but this is where I'm at right now. So, yeah, that will be it. I am gonna have us raid into Blue Fox. Sorry, not Blue Foxy ICIC. He's not streaming right now because today is Monday, not Tuesday. We are gonna go raid into... Let's see. Let's raid into... Let's go raid into Kusaki. They look to be doing some Forza Horizon 6. They look to be doing some Fast and Furious nonsense. So we're going to go with our short and sweet himbo raid message. If you are subscribed, you're welcome to use the raid message with the emojis we have. If you're not subscribed, that's okay. You're welcome to use whatever other kinds of emotes that you want. And otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I will get through more of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV another time. I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. And if I don't see you Wednesday night for whatever game I can think of, I'll see you all next time. Bye for now. Bye-bye.